Chapter 6:18. Even with the best cloud ships, a round trip from Donglin would take 1.5 months. His Highness said that if he doesn't see third brother in a month, he would cut off Su-Er's left arm. That monster king is vicious and merciless. He will probably do what he says. Are we really going to let third brother go to Gantian? Once that Kong Yao is free, the outcome of our Kong family will be tough to predict. That Kong Yao is really the jinx of our Kong family. Su-Er being captured is definitely because of her. Tisk, doesn't that monster king have high hopes for Kong Yao? Since he wants third brother to go over, then why not make an issue out of it? If it is up to me, if that monster king cuts off Big Brother's hand, we can also send an arm over. Let's see if he will release him or not. Nonsense. Kong Su was captured because he schemed against Gantian Mountain. Our Kong family was originally worried about not being able to get away from this matter. If that monster king sends an envoy to question our dynasty, then what should we do? Don't think too highly of our Kong family. In the eyes of that emperor, we are just tools and chess pieces. Why would he offend a large country whose strength can compare to that of a shrine for us? Damn it! When that jinx was born, we shouldn't have let her live. The few people in the reading room were all discussing. However, their gazes were filled with questions as they looked towards the seat above. It was an old man around 60. His face was filled with knife-like deep wrinkles. His face was tightly frowning, looking really worried and bitter. At this moment, his muddy eyes were filled with worry. This was the Kong family head Kongli. Everyone knew about this matter. As for how they should decide and whether or not they should release Su-Er, it was up to this old man to decide. If other people fell into the hands of the monster king, then it was okay. However, that Kong Su was after all the beloved eldest son, the future head of the Kong family. He took in a deep breath and didn't say anything. He quietly listened to the discussions of the people until the voices in the reading room slowly stopped. The old man suddenly sighed and looked out of the window. Since third brother is already here, why not enter? And outside the reading room, the voice of a middle-aged man rang out. Then, the door was pushed open, and a scholarly man with a temperament as gentle as jade slowly walked into the room. His expression was indifferent as he glanced at the people in the room. Just now, I heard that someone wanted to cut off my arm and send it to Gantian Mountain. He also said that my Yao-Er is a jinx and shouldn't be left alive when she was born. The few people sitting upright did not say anything when they heard this, but they were all secretly shocked. They already knew that this person's strength was unfathomable, that Kong Yao was personally trained by this person. However, the fact that it was strong enough to ignore the spiritual array here was still shocking. Looks like third brother's cultivation has improved again. Kongli smiled without caring at all. Your brothers and nephews are anxious about Su-Er, which is why they speak without thinking. Third brother, please don't take offense. As for Yao-Er's matter, does third brother still insist? The middle-aged man in scholarly robes did not reply, but Kongli continued. Back then, when you divined Yao-Er's fate, you said that the abnormality of her birth was not a calamity, but the arrival of a conqueror. The time and date of her birth were all used to kill. If she was used on the battlefield, she would definitely be able to shake the ruler and achieve great things. Since you've said so, I'll agree to it. This was why when His Majesty promoted her to a town governor, I didn't say anything to stop him. However, what was the outcome? You and I both saw it. When he heard that, the middle-aged man's face was filled with cold disdain. Didn't say anything to stop him? If His Majesty wanted to do that, then would you and the Kong family be able to stop him? Oh right. I remember that third brother said that Yao-Er did have the fate of dying early. Her life was filled with evil and might drag down her family. However, if a wise ruler appreciates her, she would be able to soar into the heavens and even benefit our Kong family. As Kongli said that, a bright glow appeared in his eyes as he stared at the middle-aged man like a knife. I want to ask third brother, is His Majesty not a wise ruler? However, the current Kong Yao has fallen into the depths of someone else's palace and became a barbarian king's concubine. The calamity of our Kong family is already in front of our eyes. What else does third brother have to say? When he said that, the few people in the reading room all looked towards the door with mocking expressions. The middle-aged man only felt a chill in his heart, a chill striking down his spine. His eyes swept around and then he mocked himself. In their eyes there was only grumbling. They already saw him as an enemy and didn't have any kinship at all. What was the point of him staying here? He was too lazy to argue with his senior brother, waving his sleeves and turning around to leave. I will move out tomorrow morning and head to Gantian Mountain. Don't worry, Yao and I will make an oath. The two of us will not reveal a single word about what you have done to anyone else. After this person left, the small reading room regained its silence. The few people in the room all relaxed. They knew that this person's words were like a mountain. Since he said those words, then they could more or less be at ease. However, moments later, someone spoke up once more. Actually, third brother's divination Dao should be the best in our Kong family. Everything he says is accurate and might not be below that of Grand Tutor Zhongshuan. If his cultivation is enough, he might be able to reopen our Kong family ancestors' heaven eye ability. However, why is he so stubborn about Kong Yao's matter? Haven't you heard of the saying that a doctor can't cure himself, and a person can't predict themselves? That's right. That is a huge taboo for us masters. Back then, it was because of his comments that we spared Kong Yao's life. However, what happened now? None of his predictions came true. Kongli gave a flat and didn't say anything more. Under the light of the candle flame, his face was dark and sunken. After the middle-aged man walked out of the reading room, he was also silent. With his hands behind his back, he looked into the sky in a daze, looking at the stars in the sky. Did he really calculate wrongly? Yao, what are you going to do in the future? Are you really going to be locked up in the palace and wait for the day of your death? How are you doing in Gantian Mountain? What kind of person is that monster king? Does he treat you well? Donglin Cloud Continent, a barbaric country? That person was able to unify Donglin in a few years. Logically speaking, he should be a wise ruler with great talent and strategy. However, his reputation in the imperial capital wasn't that good. It was said that he didn't bother about politics for 3 to 5 years. He was really extravagant and his actions were really preposterous. Many Confucians said that he was a traitor and couldn't be considered a wise ruler. What advisor ruling was preposterous, a barbarian outside of civilization. His strategy of focusing on commerce was the biggest joke in the world. Donglin Cloud Continent didn't have any heroes, which was why they became famous. This person might have some strategy and was really strong, but he was just a Xiang king. Maybe he could be invincible for a while and rule a region, but he couldn't be proud for the rest of his life. Thinking about that, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with a cold intent that couldn't be melted. Then, he gave out a self-mocking laugh. These were all rumors he heard. As for the truth, he had to head over to Gantian Mountain to find out. If that monster king was as dumb and preposterous as the rumors said, then even if he risked his life, he would snatch Kong Yao out of that demon's den. Under the blood-colored sky, hundreds of thousands of people in heavy armor were going all out to kill in front of the broken city walls. Zhong Shou rode on a grade 9 dragon horned winged horse, looking forwards expressionlessly. Pretty much every moment there were hundreds to thousands of death. Fresh blood splattered out and returned to the dust. However, he knew that it was an illusion, which was why Zhong Shou's expression didn't change from start to finish. In front of him, the 30,000 black iron cavalry were like an unparalleled treasure sword slashing over. At this moment, the Han King's side had hundreds of thousands of troops who were going all out to block. Like a wave, they were being smashed apart by the iron cavalry. break through. However, when the first wave was smashed by the treasure sword, another wave was formed. If one were to look carefully, one would notice that the defeated army had retreated in an extremely orderly manner after their formation had collapsed. Often, in just a few minutes, they could form up once more. It seemed like the formation was really tight, but it would collapse with one strike. Each time, they would be able to perfectly avoid where the iron cavalry was pointing at, avoiding the main force and attacking the weak points. Each time they collapsed, they would be able to tear off a small piece of meat from the invincible iron cavalry. There would be 1 or 2 formations nearby to receive the scattered troop. After the intense battle, out of the 470,000 Han army elites, 40,000 had died. However, the original 30,000 invincible iron cavalry had been reduced to 26,000. A full 4,000 cavalry had fallen here. At this moment, the sky was already dark, the horses were already tired, and the people had used up all their energy. The outcome of this battle was more or less decided. It would end in a draw. In this illusion, Zhong Shou had already gone through 6 cycles. From the start, the outcome was similar. He wasn't able to use these 470,000 troops to drown out the Xiong family iron cavalry. However, Xiang Chu Overlord wasn't able to do as he wished and kill him at the front of the formation. I, Zhang Liang, am really inferior to your highness in terms of using troops. Zhang Liang's voice rang out once more, filled with respect. The Xiong king is a famous general, the iron cavalry under him is unparalleled in the world. For a ruler to be able to go head-to-head with him and not lose, it is really shocking. However, I have heard that there are very few wise rulers in the world who personally face the arrows and stones. To be able to judge people and use them is the true path of a ruler. Zhong Shou looked at this person in shock, thinking to himself, wasn't this a spiritual sense illusion? How could Zhang Liang say such words? This situation wasn't normal. Following this, he laughed bitterly. At this moment, Zhong Yuan and Yin Yang weren't by his side. Ren Tianxing and Kong Yao couldn't enter his mind. If not, he could relax and let them do whatever they wanted. However, with the current situation, if he didn't personally lead the troops, did he really have to entrust his life to these fools? In the hands of the Han King soldiers that were born from the Xiang Chu overlord? What a joke! He was too lazy to bother with this person. He was only afraid that this ancient strategist would treat him as an NPC in the game, seeing that the Black Cavalry army crumble for a while more. Zhong Shou was prepared to continue giving orders, but in the next moment, the sky suddenly turned dark. Chapter 6:19. The world in front of him was swiftly collapsing. All the generals who were going all out to kill disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it returned to silence. Only Zhong Shou and the majestic figure opposite him, who was dressed in black armor and holding a halberd, were left. What Zhong Shou didn't notice was that the man who looked 70% similar to Zhang Huai was curling his lip. Zhong Shou was also smiling, thinking to himself that the person opposite him was probably going to act shamelessly. If they started once more, then it would be the 7th battle. To this Xiong king, if he didn't win this battle, he would lose. If he lost, he would be ambushed from all sides. Which was why even if this battle ended in a draw, he would still lose. Who knows when he would be willing to admit defeat, however, following which Zhong Shou was slightly surprised. The broken scenes weren't restored. They were restored to the start of the Battle of Guangwu. The aura of the Xiong king opposite him was becoming more and more explosive, like he had lost all his patience. Zhong Shou's spiritual sense actually felt a few impatient intent. He suddenly waved his halberd and pointed at him. The gaze behind the helmet was filled with killing intent. Was he not going to restore the Battle of Guangwu and was going to directly attack? Zhong Shou's brows furrowed. Then, he laughed, his hand pressing onto the sword by his waist. Looking into the sky, his expression was filled with disdain. Do you know? Although I Zhong Shou admire your godlike ability to use troops, unparalleled military strategy, I don't like you. What I look down on the most is your character. Since you were so magnanimous and let that person go during the Hongmen feast, why don't you be a hero to the end? Why capture his parents to threaten and chop them into meat paste? Naturally, that Han King wasn't much better. It was said that when he was escaping, he felt that the horse pulling the carriage was too slow, so he kicked his son off the carriage. Killing a ruler is disloyal and unrighteous. You are biased and you are destroying your own wall. What right do you have to be the master of the cloud world? If I, Zhong Shou, was possessed by someone like you, I would only feel ashamed. The black-armored figure's eyes were suddenly filled with rage. Descending from the sky, he slashed down with his halberd. When the aura surged up, a vast and unstoppable, incomparably tyrannical will also fiercely charged forth. This was the invincible halberd. Because of his belief that he was invincible, the intent of this halberd was also invincible. Zhong Shou's body leaned back slightly. Although he did not have a physical body in the illusion, he still felt that his consciousness was slightly dizzy and uncomfortable. Was this the overlord of Xiangqiu from ancient times? Sure enough, she had the strength to pick up a mountain and her aura was unparalleled. His eyes turned cold. You have an invincible halberd, but I, Zhong Shou, have never lost to anyone with the sword in my hand. Even if the legendary hero of the ages was reborn before his eyes, he would still dare to draw his sword and fight. With a thought, a sword light flashed out from Zhong Shou's hand. In just 1,000th of a second, the sword and halberd clashed. Zhong Shou's spiritual sense was nearly forcefully scattered by the invincible halberd intent. His spiritual sense was in a daze, but he instinctively slashed out once more. Clang! Another heavy sound rang out, one after another. Halberd after halberd was blocked by the sword light. However, Zhong Shoxin's spiritual sense was like it was being hammered down by a heavy hammer, each time heavier than the last. At the most serious time, he nearly lost consciousness. He could only rely on his instincts to fight and block. His body was also continuously retreating. The human image formed in the illusion mirror also became more and more illusionary. That baby Qilin was crying out, filled with anxiousness and worry. Like it was rushing him to back out of the illusion. The illusionary heart mirror was also constantly ringing. This was a warning. Zhong Shou didn't bother, all his spiritual sense turned into chaos. Only one spiritual sense remained. It was like a pillar that supported his mind and spirit. It became clearer and clearer, more and more firm, indestructible. He couldn't lose. If he lost, he would die. How could he allow himself to lose to such a person? Even if he was an invincible overlord, he had to fight to the end. Slowly, Zhong Shou's face regained calmness. When he slashed out with the sword in his hand, it was even more stable. Even if he was like a small boat that was about to be drowned in the sky full of halberd shadows, he was still calm, ethereal, and elegant. Within 100 feet, it was his unbreakable sword domain. He was still being suppressed by this extremely strong aura. However, Zhong Shou was able to use the One Origin Yin sword to defend the 100 feet of space around him. The dazzling silver sword shadow formed a dazzling circle that was integrated into one whole entity. It was like a rubber ball filled with energy. No matter what kind of strength one used, one wouldn't be able to break it. It would only welcome an even stronger rebound. The sounds of sword and halberd clashing became more and more hurried, like rain hitting a banana leaf, continuous and unending. Who knows how long had passed, who knows how many strikes they had clashed. Zhong Shou's sword had already broken several times under the suppression of this large halberd. However, each time the sword broke, Zhong Shou would be able to pull out a new sword from his sheath. This was a world of spiritual sense, where his heart wanted, he could naturally form it. However, each time the sword broke, Zhong Shou's aura would weaken by a little. After all, it was formed by spiritual sense. After it broke, it would affect him. Only until the seventh sword finally couldn't take it anymore and broke. Zhong Shu pulled out his last sword from the sheath. At this moment, his spiritual sense was like a candle flame, like if the wind was slightly stronger, it would be extinguished. However, he was smiling. The one origin sword was split into yin and yang. In this battle, he had defended for long enough. Next, it was time for him to switch to the yang sword. Who knows if this sword would be able to decide victory or defeat. If he couldn't win, then he would lose. Then he would die. The moment such a thought flashed across his mind, there was a light whistle in front of him. The silver sword light suddenly shone brightly as it pierced into the heavy halberd shadows. However, moments later, the sword still hadn't pierced through the throat of the black-armored man. Zhong Shu's expression suddenly froze, only to see the numerous halberd lights in front of him suddenly dissipate like the wind. The incomparably tall and sturdy black-armored figure in front of him was also destroyed without a trace. The collapse of this world happened before that. He had already won? Zhong Shu's body froze in midair, his eyes filled with doubt. No. It wasn't that he had won, but that Xiang King had used up all his vengeful energy. After all, it was just a remnant soul and not the true body of that invincible overlord. Laughing, Zhong Shu kept the sword in his hand. Following which he looked behind him, only to see that there was nothing behind him. He couldn't help but frown. Just now, he felt like there was someone behind him. Was it an illusion? Who cares? Anyways, it seemed like he had already passed this stage. The world shattered and returned to nothingness. Zhong Shu saw numerous people walking over in front of him. Their faces and bodies were really similar, but their faces were ashen white and they looked really tragic. Some of them were holding their own heads, while others were covered in ghastly wounds from head to toe. However, the clothes they wore were really luxurious. Taking a look, Zhong Shu knew that these were the vengeful souls that were locked up in the Avicii throne. The 6 race imperial families that the Shi Huang used as a blood sacrifice. Unfortunately, at this moment they didn't have any blood for 10,000 years and there was no supply, so they were really weak. Zhong Shu couldn't help but laugh helplessly. At this moment, he was really exhausted. No matter how weak these fellows were, he didn't have any strength to deal with them. Luckily, he had the illusionary heart mirror and the fire Qilin protecting him. When fighting the Xiang King remnant soul, he wasn't willing to use any external strength. However, he wasn't stubborn towards these 6 country imperial families. He had to use his own strength to wipe them out. His personality was like that. The stronger one was, the more unwilling he was to lower his head. He had to personally knock them down and lose to his sword. Only then would he feel good. He wasn't interested in these so-called imperial families. You are just slaves who want to destroy your country, yet you dare to attack me and occupy my soul body? You overestimate yourselves, scram back. A scarlet flame suddenly burned in the void of the sea of consciousness. A green mirror light shone down from the void. It caused these vengeful souls to cry out in pain. They all retreated like a flood, retreating back into the Avicii throne, hiding deep within the restrictions and disappearing without a trace. Zhong Shu didn't have the mood to chase, forcing them back. In his heart, he was thinking that if he had a chance, it would be best if he found 2 monks or Taishang Grand Teacher Zhongshuan to purify the vengeful souls in the Avicii throne. As for these 6 country imperial family people, he would give them a chance to reincarnate. That Qin emperor wanted to use the essence, blood, and souls of these people to protect the Qin country for tens of thousands of years. However, Zhong Shu didn't care and wasn't willing to borrow the strength of these dead people. At this moment, although he only lived in a corner, only 50 provinces of land, less than 1% of the Qin emperor's land, he had such confidence. Speaking of monks, didn't he have Jingyin by his side? Naturally, this girl couldn't be counted, but she was born in a famous Buddhist family, so she might be able to help him invite one or two. Thinking about it like that, Zhong Shou was about to back out of the illusionary mirror. Following which he exclaimed as he felt a wave of information suddenly charge into his brain. He didn't bother to look closely. Zhong Shou opened his eyes and saw that within the Chongjing Hall, several pairs of eyes were looking at him worriedly. Xianyuan Iran and Ruoshui being here wasn't surprising. The matter today had probably made them worried. Only Kong Yao's gaze surprised him. It was filled with curiosity and worry. When she saw Zhong Shou open his eyes, she exchanged glances with him before panicking and turning her head away. Zhong Shou found it weird and wanted to confirm whether or not he saw wrongly. Just as he heard the voice of an old man ring out, "Thank the heavens, the ruler has finally woken up, it couldn't be better." Zhong Shou instantly frowned. Renbo? It was that old man again, what a killjoy. Looking out, as expected, Renbo was standing there. There were also dozens of important officials of Gantian Mountain who were lined up in 2 rows on both sides. Speaking of which, he really failed as the ruler. He had never seen a few of them before. A portion of them only had some impressions of them. He roughly remembered that they should be the few senators in the meeting hall. Now, they were forming factions and causing a chaotic atmosphere. These few people were the leaders of the factions. Chapter 620. Xianyuan Iran. Zhong Shou's face was ashen white, fresh blood seeping down from the corner of his lip. Although she knew that Zhong Shou's soul was weak and wasn't injured and that he just needed to slightly recover, her heart still felt pained. She walked to the side of Zhong Shou, frowning as she took his pulse. "I am fine." Zhong Shou smiled, patting Xianyuan Iran's hand to comfort her. Then, he looked at the officials with a fake smile. "Something unexpected happened, I have made you all worried." Looking at the sky outside, it was already deep into the night. Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with a smile. "However, there must be another reason why all of you came here today, right? What is the reason for all of you to come here?" Although he had gone through dozens of days and nights in that illusion, but in the real world it would only take 4 or 5 days. Xianyuan Iran was a woman who knew the severity of the matter. For the ruler being trapped in the Avici throne, at most she would only tell 3 to 5 people who could help and definitely not let everyone know. There should be another reason why all of them came here. As for the reason, Zhong Shou asked even though he already knew the answer. Renbo raised his eyelids and sized up Zhong Shou. The main reason was to observe Xianyuan Iran's expression. Seeing that although this queen was sad, her worry had lessened, only then did he relax. Ruler's life concerns the safety of our Gantian Mountain. In the future, when you do things, you must be really careful. If there are any accidents, how will we have the face to meet the late ruler? Actually, with the current Gantian Mountain system, it didn't matter whether Zhong Shou was here or not. As long as the 2 of them could leave 1 or 2 heirs for Gantian Mountain to inherit the throne, it would be okay. There was also the spiritual wave which needed the prestige of this highness to deal with. Once all these things ended, what would he do with Zhong Shou? He could run wherever he wanted. He, Renbo, would not be worried about this guy. Every time there was an unforeseen event, it would make people's hearts jump. However, Xianyuan Iran and Zhong Shou were newlyweds and he heard that they were working hard at night, so it wasn't good for him to rush them. At this moment, everyone in the hall looked towards him in anticipation. Renbo frowned and then took out a list. 600 Class 7 energy-destroying crossbows and 48 Class 9 energy-destroying crossbows. If Kongqi sect can craft magical artifacts and bows, we can purchase them. Apart from that, the 6 spaceships we got from the Shui family also needs to be repaired. We need to change the spiritual formations and purchase 40 kilograms of and to strengthen the ship's body. Is this the purchase list that the ruler sent to the cabinet 5 days ago? That's right. Zhong Shou replied expressionlessly, not making a sound. He took a close look at those 6 spaceships. The basic spiritual formations and the core of the spaceships were perfectly fine and could travel through space, saving him the effort of rebuilding the spaceship. However, out of the 6 spaceships, apart from Xue Xian's ship, which was slightly more complete due to the Xue family people living in it, the other few were in a terrible state. Who knows how many decades it had been since they were repaired. The ship body was broken and close to breaking into pieces. It was already a miracle that it wasn't destroyed by the vast spiritual energy in the world river. Apart from that, the Xue family probably wanted to open up space within the ship to accommodate their people. The outer shell of the ship was pretty much like thin paper. As long as it was a grade 9 cultivator, 1 bucket would break it. The weapons they were equipped with could be considered strong bows and crossbows in the cloud world. However, if they were used to deal with spirit realm and celestial realm beasts in the world river, they were far from enough. If it was him, he wouldn't dare to let this fleet continue to take the risk to stay in the world river. This was why, after succeeding, Zhong Shou was thinking about how to strengthen the few spaceship. Kongqi Sek's energy-destroying crossbows were naturally his first choice. Apart from using up a lot of energy, power wasn't weak at all. It was most suitable to fight in the world river where spiritual energy was extremely abundant. Actually, if he didn't consider that the current Gantian mountain was too poor, it would be ideal to change them all to magical artifact-level bows. As for the Black Xian iron, it was a grade 5 Huang grade spiritual metal. Although its grade was low, it had a huge quantity. A thick layer, 30 to 50 feet thick ship body along with spiritual formation buffs, even magical artifact-level weapons wouldn't be able to pierce through it. As for the ocean pattern cinnabar, it was a special spiritual material produced in the polar regions of the north. It was easy to break with a pinch, but once it was added into other spiritual metals, it could raise the quality of the metal by 2 to 3 grades. However, there was a similarity between these two things, which was that it was expensive. It was so expensive that it made one's heart hurt. Even if Gantian Mountain used the strength of a country, they would have to go bankrupt to buy it. It was estimated that after these modifications were completed, one spaceship would be able to fit 30,000 people. They didn't need to fear spirit realm beasts. As for celestial realm beasts, if there was a suitable general to lead them, they could escape. However, this purchase list would probably force someone to spit out blood. As expected, in the next moment, they heard the sound of Renbois grinding his teeth. "I don't know why we need to purchase these things." His voice was filled with rage. Renbois seemed to be forcefully suppressing it, unwilling to argue with Zhong Shou at this moment. He took out another yellow scroll and held it in front of him. "The ruler has other orders for our Donglin City troops to be disbanded within half a year. All elites above rank 3 must be carefully selected and changed to be directly under the command of the Emperor. Our Gantian Mountain will expand to 400 army towns. I have no objections, but isn't this number a little too little?" When Zhong Shou heard that, he swept the people in the hall. Following which he smiled. "I think all of you already know about the spiritual wave matter?" Everyone didn't finish, which was a silent agreement. It was because they knew that the many barriers outside of the world would be broken under the pressure of the spiritual wave. There might be a repeat of the ancient cloud desolate era when alien races invaded the cloud world. This was why they were worried that the military strength was too low. It was far from enough to suppress Donglin Cloud Continent, there was still some excess. However, if they were to face the alien races of other worlds, it was far from enough. Within 3 years, I will use 100,000 grade 7 mind stones to purchase cultivation increasing pills from Pill Fountain Sect and the various pill refiners of Donglin. Seeing everyone in front of him startled, filled with shock, Zhong Shou gave out a self-mocking laugh. "I hope that within 3 years, under my Gantian Mountain rule, we can have 200,000 Xiantians. As for the spirit masters with harsher cultivation requirements, he didn't ask for much, just 30,000 would be thankful." Actually, this number was more or less enough for Donglin Cloud Continent. However, Zhong Shou didn't dare to use most of them. If they weren't loyal, even if he recruited them, they wouldn't be able to help Gantian Mountain. Renbua's breathing stopped, filled with fear and shock. Only now did he know that Zhong Shou was actually so afraid of the spiritual wave a few years later and the alien races of other worlds. Chapter 6:21. So that's the case. Renbua opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he kept silent. Although he had doubts in his heart, he was unable to accurately judge such matters. After all, he wasn't a cultivator and his vision was limited. He couldn't tell if what Zhong Shou said was true or false. Looking at the other officials in the hall, he saw that they were deep in thought. No one made a sound. It was obvious that they didn't object. Thinking about it, 4 million elites were enough to suppress Donglin. If they had 100,000 Grade 4 soldiers, Gantian Mountain's military strength would explosively increase. However, with that, the consumption would be slightly larger. However, with the current wealth of Gantian Mountain, it was enough to support it. Since the ruler is so determined, then we will follow your orders. I will need all of you to take care of it. Zhong Shou nodded his head slightly. His tone was really sincere. The current Gantian Mountain wasn't a place where he could do whatever he wanted. Especially when it came to finances. Not only did he have to pass the cabinet, but he also needed half of the people in the meeting to agree. He was secretly helpless. Could this be considered as him finding his own shackles and locking himself up? He only felt that no matter what he did, his hands and feet were tied. However, since he wouldn't spend most of his time in Gantian Mountain, he wouldn't have time to deal with administrative matters. Then, no matter how unhappy he was, he had to continue maintaining such a system. As for what he said just now, although it was a little frightening. However, in the illusion, after witnessing the Battle of Guangwu between Chu and Han, he felt more and more anxious. When the Xiangqiu overlord ruled, it was already at the end of the cloud-desolate era, and the spiritual wave had started to weaken. Even then, when he was at his weakest, he had tens of thousands of Grade 6 cavalry. Such strength was enough to flatten any sect in the world. As for the Han King, he had millions of Grade 4 and above soldiers. Zhong Shou estimated that 3 years later, he had some confidence in building 100,000 pure Grade 4 elite army. With the Spirit Salamander Blood Essence pill that Xianyuan Iran made, it was enough for Gantian Mountain to produce enough Grade 4 experts. However, this pill was still a secret of Gantian Mountain. There were many people here, and it wasn't convenient for him to speak about it. Then, he looked at his left hand thoughtfully. In the palm of his hand there was an incomparably pure blue aura, like a miniature version of a tornado, floating above it. Zhong Shou had gathered the spiritual energy of the wind element, and it was almost tangible. Not only was it rich, but it was also pure. If it was in the past, if he wanted to do it, he would have to do it in an environment like the spiritual house Holy Land. However, at this moment it was easily done. On one side, due to the Avicii throne, the meridians under Gantian Mountain were being sorted out. On one hand, his recent spirit master cultivation had improved. On the other hand, Zhong Shou's eyes narrowed slightly, without a hint of joy. The growth of the spiritual energy in the world was far beyond his expectations. It was almost double the difference of the past cloud world. 2 years ago, the martial cultivators and spirit masters of the cloud world, with average talent and a slightly better environment, could cultivate to Grade 4 in 20 to 30 years. But at this moment, this time could be shortened by at least a third. Martial cultivators could easily borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to train their physical bodies and charge at their meridians. The soul of a spirit master was also easier to nourish. In an environment with abundant spiritual energy, one's soul power could easily grow and strengthen. The reason why those shrines and sects in the world could go up against a country was because of this. However, this also meant that those alien races who left the Cloud World during the ancient Cloud Desolate era would come back even earlier. Many Spirit Realm, and even Celestial Realm cultivators who left the Cloud World would return one after another. This was totally different from what he remembered. Was this 170-year-long spiritual wave going to start in advance? Who knows if this change was because of him? Anyways, it wouldn't be wrong to prepare ahead of time. Thinking back to the changes in Dragon Canyon, Zhong Shou's spiritual sense actually felt signs of danger. It seemed like there were many things that needed to be done in advance. Renbua can't ask about military matters. Not only the purchasing of pills, I will go all out. Renbua bowed slightly, solemnly bowing. This was his promise to the ruler. However, following which his tone turned cold once more. However, what is the reason for the energy-destroying crossbows and spaceships? I wonder if your majesty can clear up some of our doubts? Zhong Shou's lips twitched when he heard that. He only felt that the current Renbua was like a volcano that was about to explode. He was suppressing himself now because he was waiting for him to finish before he exploded. However, he had to pass this hurdle in the end. Just as he was about to speak, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw Zhang Huai, who was silently standing behind the officials with the title of National Advisor. Speaking of which, this new subject of his looked more and more similar to Zhang Liang in the illusionary realm. Not only his looks, but his aura was similar, elegant and calm. At this moment, his eyes shone brightly like he was thinking about something. With a thought, Zhong Shou smiled and asked, "What does Advisor Zhang think about my actions?" This was not only a question but also a praise. Only by letting this person display his ability in front of everyone. Only then could he convince the people and promote him. Juanshang is ambitious and farsighted. Zhang Huai admires you. Although repairing spaceships will cost a huge amount, you have to do it. Renbua's brows rose up. He knew that this person was a good friend of Ren Tianxing. They had spoken a few words before and his impression of him was not bad. His talents and knowledge were not bad. This was why when Zhong Shou appointed him as an advisor, he didn't spend much effort to organize it. However, looking at him today, he felt that Zhang Huai's character was so bad. He only sucked up to the ruler and wasn't a good subject. Just as he was about to open his mouth and spit on this person's face, he heard Zhang Huai speak up once more. The Taishang country is prosperous and can't be plotted against. The Central Cloud continent has touched the nerves of many sections. Ruler probably has a huge ambition in your heart, but you can't use your fists and legs. Then, plotting against the outside is the best strategy. The strength of a country is like a boat going against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. At this moment, our Gantian country is prosperous and our soldiers are all sharp. We can try. The moment these words were said, the entire hall was silent. Renbua kept silent. Although Zhang Huai's words were vague, it woke him up. However, it reminded him that Zhong Shou wanted to fight in the outer region. His heart tightened and he was a little annoyed. How could such a secret matter be said in such a situation? Then, he understood. Once those 6 spaceships were rebuilt according to Zhong Shou's intentions. At that time, not only would they be able to travel through space, but they would also be great siege weapons. 10 shrines, 5 vast habitats, and even Taishang, who wouldn't be wary of them. Zhang Huai purposely said those words because he wanted to use the mouths of the people in the hall to calm the hearts of the sections. Borrowing the strength of the outer region to strengthen the Deqian country? Renbua was tempted. He wasn't a pedantic scholar. He didn't care about using all his troops, as long as Gantian Mountain was able to obtain enough benefits. However, where would the money to repair the spaceships come from? Does ruler have a plan in mind? Zhong Shou squinted his eyes and smiled, his tone filled with bad intentions. I heard that the various sects in the world have many treasures. If I borrow from them or directly invest, who knows if it will work? Renbo was frowning, calculating where he could take out the money and where he could cut off the excess. When he heard that, he exclaimed, filled with shock. Not only him, but Hu Zhongyuan and the others in the hall were also shocked. There was actually such a method? Inconceivable, but thinking about it, it seemed feasible. Not only could they borrow from the sects, but they could also borrow from the people. Now, they only needed to worry about whether or not there would be returns from conquering the outer region. Would they be able to obtain enough wealth to repay the debt? Zhang Huai, on the other hand, was slightly startled as he looked up. He only felt that this ruler was a wise ruler. This plan wasn't just about borrowing money, it also had deep meaning. However, why didn't those End-Realm people during the Cloud, Desolate era predict such a ruler who could compare to ancient saint emperors? At this moment, Renbo suddenly thought about something. Oh right! During these few days, that Taishang envoy has found me several times to rush me. When is the ruler prepared to send troops? Zhong Shou felt his head hurt. He nearly forgot about this matter. On the peak of Gantian Mountain, just as Zhong Shou was feeling frustrated, the 10,000 sword vast habitat was filled with a cold and solemn energy. It was also a vast habitat, but this place was different from the common people's vast habitat. This place was a world of swords, one could see them all around. Even in the desolate land, there were all sorts of swords stabbed into it. Even the mountains and rocks exuded a sharp aura. The main body of the vast habitat was a mountain known as Sword Ask Mountain. It was 3,000 feet tall, towering and precipitous, as if it was a sword stabbed into the ground. At the peak of the swordsmanship-seeking mountain, in a stone palace, Tai Chi was sitting expressionlessly. Beside him was his senior brother Ruotao. He was expressionless and didn't move at all. At this moment, in this huge stone hall, not only were there 10 over-elders of the Kenzo sect sitting above. Beside them were close to 10,000 Kenzo sect disciples sitting upright. At this moment, numerous gazes looked over. Some were judging, some were praising, some were gloating, some were mocking, some were filled with pity and pity. Tai Chi knew that most of these gazes were on him. Although his expression didn't change, his chest was filled with emotions. The feeling of falling from the clouds wasn't good. About a few months ago, senior apprentice brother Ruo Tao experienced this feeling. At that time, he was too pleased with himself. Thinking about that, Tai Chi laughed bitterly. It was said that the agreement between the Kenzo sect and Song Xingdao was that he and Tan Qiu would each take one. At this moment, Tan Qiu had already defeated Juyu and was the third of the 6 pinnacle swords. At this moment, he was smashed into the mud in the Een Dragon Canyon battle. Although the one known as the Sword Emperor had never shown others that he had the ability to merge spirit and martial arts. However, Tai Chi didn't dare to underestimate anyone, especially the top swordsman who defeated Lei Dong. Chapter 622. To think he could actually laugh? Arrogant, those elders of the sect also treated this fellow like a treasure. But what about now? In front of Juyu and the others, he couldn't even take a sword. Luckily senior brother Ruotao didn't throw away the face of our Kenzo sect. This kid seems humble but arrogant, looking down on everyone. Now he knows that he underestimated the heroes of the world. Senior brother Ruotao just wasn't willing to fight with him. I still find it hard to believe that the Gantian Mountain Monster King could fight Juyu and the others and not lose? Is there really such a hero in this world? He is pretty much invincible. I really can't think of how many people in the same generation in the Cloud world could be his opponent. This Tai Chi, compared to that person, is like a star compared to the moon. It seems like the few overlords of the ancient times were only so. Senior brother Ruotao, although he lost, it was honorable. Many words drilled into Tai Chi's ears. It was hard for him to be calm, so he could only try his best not to listen carefully. Luckily, just a few minutes later, a bell rang out in the hall. A white-clothed figure suddenly flashed into the hall and sat at the seat of honor in the center. Tai Chi lowered his head slightly and knew that this person was the current mountain head of the 10,000 sword vast habitat. His name was Lingchen. He had been in charge of this position for 74 years. 74 years ago, his name shook the cloud world. At that time he was already the peak of grade 9. At this moment, who knows what realm he had reached. He was in secluded meditation all year round. After joining the Kenzo sect, he had only seen him twice. Along with everyone greeting him, Lingchen said expressionlessly, "Today I gathered all my 10,000 sword vast habitat disciples here to tell you two things. Firstly, the restrictions within the Dragon Canyon have been removed. The spiritual wave will start 3 years earlier. To our cloud world, it is the start of a calamity, but it is also a rare chance. All of you should work harder and use this chance to break through. Don't regret it when the chaos starts." When he said that, the entire stone hall was totally silent. Close to 10,000 Kenzo sect disciples all had different expressions on their faces. They were either surprised, excited, or uneasy. Following which Lingchen turned his gaze towards Ruotao. "I have heard about the Dragon Canyon matter. The elders had already made a decision, and Tai Chi would be the leader. However, I heard that you, Ruotao, are a little arrogant and untamable, disobeying the orders of the teachers." The elders sitting on both sides of the hall opened their eyes and looked towards Ruotao. Waves of sharp intent came from afar and suppressed Ruotao's body. However, Ruotao did not bat an eyelid and replied indifferently, "I have a clear conscience in everything I do." Tai Chi's expression was solemn. He could feel that this senior brother Ruotao was truly carefree and indifferent. He was indeed magnanimous and did not feel guilty at all. What a good clear conscience! Lingchen coldly harumphed. His handsome face remained as cold as ice, and he did not move at all. "Then, in these past few years, have you ever complained or regretted it?" "I've complained and I've regretted it." Ruotao actually nodded his head. "I have hated the unfairness of the sect. At that time my thoughts were really extreme. However, with your reminder, I came to my senses. I have thought it through, and it doesn't matter anymore. We swordsmen only seek from the sword, why would we care about anything else?" As Tai Chi listened on, his mouth felt bitter. If he heard these words half a month ago, he would have agreed, but in his heart, he wouldn't have cared. However, today, he understood this theory. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lingchen kept silent for a moment, following which he laughed out loud, shaking the entire mountain peak. "Very good. Listen up, the second thing today is that my Kenzo sect has a disciple Ruotao who is courageously improving and has won my heart. Today, as the sword-wielding disciple, you can go into seclusion in the Xianjian cave for 3 years. If you can pass in 3 years, you will succeed me as the mountain head of the vast habitat." Although he had expected it, when those words entered his ears, Tai Chi felt like a heavy hammer viciously smashing down on his heart. He only felt dizzy, his vital energy flowing in reverse, and his mind at a loss. He didn't pay close attention to what Lingchen said after. Who knows how long passed before he slowly recovered. At this moment, Lingchen's words were coming to an end. "The cloud world is in chaos. When you head out, you must be more careful. If you face problems, you don't need to fear." As he said that, Lingchen hesitated slightly before opening his mouth. Gantian Mountain is rising up and is at a time when they are strong. At least in Donglin, my Kenzo sect disciples will give them some leeway. After saying that, he didn't even look at Tai Chi before he left the stone hall. Those elders didn't say a word, their bodies disappearing from the hall. Many disciples formed into groups of 3 to 5, discussing as they walked out. Those sect members who were close to him in the past purposely avoided him. They didn't even dare to make eye contact with him. Not long later, he was the only one left in this huge stone hall. The 10,000 feet wide space was extremely silent. Even with Feng Taiji's mental fortitude, he still felt a strong sense of desolation spread throughout his body. His lips curled up as he gave a self-mocking smile. Was he being ignored? There was no consolation, no scolding, just total disregard in his heart. He didn't feel any grievances or hatred. The fickleness of human nature was something he knew long ago. When he ostracized Ruotao, he should have thought about today's outcome. He was in such a situation because of himself, so he couldn't blame others. However, in his heart there was an ocean-like intent. He wanted to climb back to the peak and take back everything he had lost. He wanted to go head-to-head with that Zhong Shou. With a soft sigh, Feng Taiji was about to stand up. However, at that moment, a solemn and old voice spread into his ear. "Are you unwilling?" Tai Chi's heart jumped as he looked around in shock. However, he didn't see anyone. Naturally, he was unwilling. How could he be willing to be stepped on by others like this? "Your senior brother Leidong has left the cloud world and headed to the outer region. Are you Tai Chi willing to make a trip to the outer region? I know a few worlds that can help you train your sword path." Outer region? Tai Chi's eyes constricted, and then he took in a deep breath, kneeling down instead of sitting down. "Disciple is willing, senior, please help me." There was no more voice in his ear. Tai Chi's expression had returned to normal. His heart had truly calmed down. He had placed down all the honor, all the gains and losses. Subconsciously, she stroked her waist. As expected, what a Kenzo sect disciple wanted could only be obtained from the sword. At this moment, in the sky above the 10,000 sword vast habitat, an old man retracted his gaze from the peak of the sword-seeking mountain. "This kid's personality is not bad, he didn't disappoint." His tone was filled with satisfaction. However, when the old man looked to the side, his eyes were filled with mocking intent. "Who knew that there would be times when you would make a loss?" There was no one at the side, only a sword. However, he was able to use the sword to speak, bringing with it the sharp sound of metal. His voice was also sharp and firm. "Since you have entered my sect, honor and disgrace are one." It seemed like he didn't answer the question, but the old man knew what he meant. His words weren't kind at all. If the people in the sect heard it, wasn't he afraid that they would be disheartened? He couldn't help but curl his lips. "Since you have done this, then can't you not talk about it? This Tai Chi is indeed much weaker than that person." Other people didn't know, but he did. That Song Xingdao Tan Xiu and that Gantian mountain monster King Zhong Shou were the same person. At that time, the Kenzo sect was just a step away from being able to recruit this kid. However, at that time, Tai Chi's spirit and martial arts merger shocked the various sections. To miss such an opportunity, what a pity! A few years later, Zhong Shou could fight against Shui Lingbo and Osamu Hara and not lose. As for Tai Chi, he could only look on from the side. He didn't even have the right to participate. To say that it was a loss wasn't wrong. Apart from the strength of his sword technique, there was also the rising Gantian mountain. If one really wanted to weigh the pros and cons, one could use the phrase, picking up sesame seeds but throwing away the watermelon. At this moment, within the Kenzo sect, there were many grumbling voices. Although it wasn't to the point where they said it out loud, he knew that there were many people who felt that it was a pity. Even if it was wrong, it was my fault. That deal had nothing to do with Tai Chi. That voice was firm, following which the sword flashed and sped into the void. Only a voice was left. To compete, it isn't in a day. The path of cultivation is long. Who knows what will happen in the future? That Zhong Shou is not bad, but his barriers from heaven only broke the human barrier. Whether or not he can break through that barrier is still unknown. For Tai Chi to suffer such a setback might be a fortunate thing. On the other hand, the spiritual wave came early and heaven and earth changed. You need to be more careful in the cloud world. I don't need you to say that. The old man smiled, following which he shook his head slightly. That was true. After the spirit realm, one's cultivation time was counted in thousands. At this moment, the gains and losses weren't much. Thinking back to Zhongsho, who knows if this kid could pass the heaven barrier? He was already a grade 8 martial cultivator, grade 9 spirit master. This stage was right in front of him. His aura was really dark. Jiryu forcefully took in a breath. From the cloud world, he stepped into the void outside of the world. He also shook off the spiritual sense that was chasing him from behind. 3 days and nights of intense fighting, fleeing, counterattacking. Even someone as strong as him felt really tired and was about to fall asleep. At this moment, his body was in a tragic state. Wounds were everywhere, close to breaking. His vital energy and meridians were in a mess. Jiryu bit the tip of his tongue to wake up his dizzy mind. Following which he tried his best to use the remaining internal energy to heal his injuries. However, following which his eyes turned cold as he looked towards the dark void in the distance. "Why are you in such a bad state?" Along with that voice, a person stepped out from there. On his face was a smile that deserved a beating as he looked towards him with a mocking expression. However, the person himself wasn't in a much better state. His body was also covered in wounds, only a little better than Jiryu. Jiryu took a look and felt that it was expected but also unexpected. "You really went to the Liao Palace?" Chapter 623. You really went to the Liao Palace? Jiryu had expected that Osamu Hara would go to the Liao land. What he didn't expect was that this fellow would appear here. "Didn't you also go to the Yang family's Snow Province?" Osamu Hara laughed, like he knew what Jiryu was thinking, taking the initiative to explain. "I met Li Wuhui in the Liao land and fought together. In the end, my injuries were lighter than expected, which was why I rushed over to find trouble with the Yang family. In the end, I bumped into Snow Province City, which was in a mess." The Snow Province City that he mentioned was the capital of the Yang family's land in Taishang. The light of ruling the land might not be as good as Donglin Cloud Continent. However, when people talked about it, it wasn't weaker than Donglin. The Central Plains were rich and their production wasn't something that Donglin could compare to. As he said that, Osamu Hara sucked in a cold breath. It seemed like his injuries were acting up. However, a moment later, he laughed heartlessly. "This Liao King is really amazing. He had 4 spirit realm experts under him, and it wasn't easy for them to escape. It seems like the sky of the cloud world is going to change. There are hidden currents surging." Jiryu kept silent. This time he was in Snow Province. There were also 3 spirit realm cultivators they met. If not, he wouldn't have been injured to such an extent. Following which, Osamu Hara provocatively raised his brows. "During this trip to the Liao land, I killed 8 people. Jiryu, how many have you killed?" People like them, normal cultivators didn't bother about them. Only cultivators of the 9th grade and above could cause them to be slightly concerned. Jiryu wasn't as bored as Osamu Hara, but he still said expressionlessly, 5. Yuan Wushang's breathing stopped. Although the number was less than his, it was still extremely high. Although this number was less than him, his Liao land only had such results when he worked together with Li Wuhui. Osamu Hara angrily turned his head away and snorted coldly. "This way, we can answer to that Zhongsho. That day when Liao King and the Yang family's subordinates plotted against Zhongsho, it had nothing to do with them. However, if it weren't for the 6 of them besieging him, Zhongsho wouldn't have fallen into a trap that nearly killed him." Osamu Hara's personality was one where kindness and resentment were 2 separate matters. He was not willing to owe anyone anything. Then, he remembered something. "Didn't you say you wanted to fight me again? Today I'll let you have 3 moves." "Not interested." That one sentence made Yuan Wushang choke on his words. Jiryu laughed coldly. "With Zhongsho in front, why would I need to find you? I've seen peerless delicacies. How can I eat such a crude dish of little value like yours? Osamu Hara was startled, following which he didn't feel annoyed. Instead, he laughed out loud. It was because of this theory that after experiencing the underground lake and fighting with Zhong Shou, he didn't have much interest in this Jiu. Li Wuhui told me that he wanted to leave the cloud world. Then, what are you planning to do? The void was instantly deathly silent. Jiuyu's eyes were half closed before he suddenly spoke. What does the outer region look like? These words seemed to be asking Osamu Hara. However, Osamu Hara knew that this fellow was just muttering to himself. He had been to the outer region, and there were many worlds with no spiritual energy. There were also some that could be compared to the cloud world. Martial path and spiritual cultivation were totally different from the cloud world. Naturally, there were quite a number of heroes as well. Just as he was thinking about it, Jiuyu had already stood up. A real man should use a 3-foot sword to sweep the world. Staying in the cloud world is of no benefit to me. It is not a bad idea to head to the outer region. Let's use the sword in my hand to meet the heroes of other worlds. After saying this, he didn't bother about Osamu Hara anymore. He directly followed this spiritual river and stepped out. Osamu Hara burst out laughing. Sweep the world? What arrogant words! It was best if he didn't end up with a face full of dirt. Shaking his head, Osamu Hara also left this place. It was the opposite of the direction that Jiuyu chose. However, he could also leave the cloud world. At this moment, Zhong Shou was sighing in Gantian Mountain. Since that day he randomly bragged and sent Renbua and the others away. In the following few days, he had totally turned into a human-shaped stamp. He took out the various documents that he had accumulated during this half a year to deal with them. Actually, there weren't any important matters. The truly urgent matters were handled by Renbua and those few cabinet scholars. If he really waited till now, it would be too late. The documents that were sent to Zhong Shou's desk were all approved by him as the ruler. Once he stamped it, it would become the laws of Gantian Mountain. This was why Renbua and the others didn't dare to be careless. A full 3 days caused Zhong Shou's mental state to be close to collapsing. However, the saddest thing wasn't this. In the following few days, for some reason, Xianyuan Iren would run away when she saw him. Her face flushed red as she avoided him, hiding in the pill room and not coming out even if she died. Zhong Shou had also been furious, asking for his wife to serve him in bed, doing the path of human relations. Xianyuan Iren casually replied, "Isn't there still concubine Yao in the Hanyan Palace? The harmony of the back palace is to be fair. Zhong Shou, as the husband, how can you favor one over the other? If concubine Yao can't, isn't there still Ruoshui? Why don't you find Chu Shui back?" Zhong Shou could only retreat in defeat. He decided to stop and focus on the martial path and spiritual cultivation. In that room, he used the Book of Ian Extreme Life. He sped up the flow of time. 1 day was equivalent to 100 days. At the start, naturally, he studied the half of the Book of Universe that he snatched. However, just a few days later, Zhong Shou laughed coldly. How vicious was the person who copied this book! When one first read the scriptures in the book, it made one feel enlightened, like each word was a gem and one's mind was opened. If one cultivated based on this, one could grasp many space techniques. However, as time went on, even if one's cultivation wasn't destroyed, one would go crazy over it. It looked like there were no flaws at all, but the paths within were conflicting with one another. He had the Book of Ian Extreme Life to identify, which was why he was able to notice it. Who knows what would happen if other people obtained it? However, he didn't bother about it. Anyways, the person he wanted to plot against wasn't him. Although he knew that most of the things in the book were preposterous, Zhong Shou still spent a lot of effort to memorize the contents of the book. After a few days of studying, he was finally able to confirm one thing. As expected, this person had obtained the Book of Universe. Although this book was filled with mysteries and traps, it contained a lot of intent. However, they also contained quite a bit of the true meaning of space. If he carefully examined them, he would be able to make some progress. In the following time, Zhong Shou tossed the book to the side and didn't bother. He focused on digesting the underground battle as well as the comprehension of the martial path and spiritual techniques of these people. Those mind stones were tossed out like water. They were continuously smashed, the pure spiritual energy of the paintings injected into the Book of Ian. 300 days later, after he had spent all his wealth, Zhong Shou's brow suddenly shook. He roughly had a glimpse of that layer of barrier. Chapter 624. Heaven Barrier? Zhong Shou sighed, retracting his spiritual sense and not looking into his body. The earth gate of the barriers from heaven had been broken open by him. What was left was the gate of heaven that was above his head. If he didn't break this barrier, there would always be a layer between him and heaven and earth, unable to truly step into the spirit realm. However, looking closely, he noticed that he had underestimated this layer. The barriers from heaven was seen by the cultivation world as the body that couldn't cultivate. As expected, it wasn't without reason. To break through, one's own accumulations had to reach a shocking level. Based on what he knew, there were only a few people in the cloud world who cultivated with the barriers from heaven. Most of them used external strength to break through this barrier and step into the spirit realm. However, even then, their foundations were still really thick, far exceeding cultivators of the same grade. This was because they all left the cloud world after entering the spirit realm. As for what would happen in the future, he didn't know. However, looking at how the sects these few people were in and how proud they were of them, one could see that their achievements were extraordinary. If he wanted to break through with his current achievements, he was still a little lacking. Thinking about that, Zhong Shou reached out with his hand, taking a green-blue, amber-like spiritual liquid into his hand. This was the magnificent spirit jade marrow. It merged into his fingers and slowly seeped into his body. The magnificent spirit jade marrow could cause one's body to be more compatible with heaven and earth, purifying one's spiritual sense. It could allow one to grasp some abilities that only spirit realm cultivators had before entering the spirit realm. In the hands of cultivators like him who had barriers from heaven, it was a top treasure. When he was in the third dragon hall, Zhong Shou took a large ball. He used it once every 10 days until now. He had only used 10%. Today, he had already used 13 drop. However, moments later, Zhong Shou helplessly shook his head. This item was still useful to him, but the effect was already really small. Today, the changes in his spiritual sense were pretty much undetectable. The weakening of the membrane within the heavenly gate was similarly minimal. It seemed like he could throw this thing to Xianyuan Iran to see what kind of pill she could refine. Ruoshui, Zhong Yuan and the rest were currently charging towards rank 8. Something like this could actually be used. As for his heavenly barrier, he couldn't rush it. He could just accumulate it slowly. He had the Book of Ian and he already had a huge advantage over others. He still had 40 to 50 years left in his lifespan, so he didn't need to worry for the time being. Thinking of this, Zhong Shou smiled and temporarily put aside the heavy burden in his heart. He then went back to the remnant Book of Universe. First, he took out over 100 purple gold papers, and then a bottle of black liquid. The paper was made from the silk of a kind of 100-year-old purple gold silkworm. Only those large sects of the spiritual palace realm and above could raise it. It was an excellent material for making talismans. Only 300 or so were produced in the world every year. It was so expensive that it made one's hair stand on end. However, the ones in Zhong Shou's hands were stolen. As for the black liquid, it was the so-called spirit ink, and it was no different from what symbol masters used. If one had to say what was different, it would be that the ink was mixed with Saint Realm knowledge. There were many spiritual houses in the cloud world, and there were too many mysterious books to mention. Zhongsho couldn't allow Ao Kuan's blood to be spread to the outside world. However, the blood of the spiritual salamander was enough. Comparing the remnant book of the universe creation records, Zhongsho meticulously copied it. It took him more than 10 days to copy the pages of 3 books. At this moment, although he wanted to continue, the materials in his hands weren't enough. Looking closely at these pages, Zhongsho laughed and tore open the remnant book in his hand. It was split into dozens of pages and bound together with the other pages of the book. With that, it split into 4, becoming 4 remnant book of universe. However, Zhongsho's book copying ability wasn't much. The 4 books all looked terrible. Some of the true meanings contained in the books could not be completely copied. However, he had an ulterior motive. Those who would ask him for this remnant book weren't thinking about the contents of the book, but the person who copied it. To track his tracks, a few remnant pages were enough. More would be useless. Those few people would definitely be able to understand. Zhongsho couldn't help but smile in anticipation. He was embarrassingly short on money now. He hoped that he could use these few books to get some money from these rich people. After all, he spent a lot of money to copy. Splitting it into 4 wouldn't offend anyone. If not, it wouldn't be good to give this remnant book of universe to anyone. Oh right, there were 2 heads hidden in his bag? They would definitely be able to be sold for a good price. Keeping the Book of Ian, Zhongsho smiled and stepped out of his room. The moment he walked out, a few message talismans were already in his hands. Using his spiritual sense to take a look, his lips curled up coldly. What a coincidence! He had just come out of seclusion and completed the copying work, and these few people had already arrived. How many days had it been since the Dragon Canyon matter ended? It seems like these people really couldn't wait. He walked confidently and stepped into the void. In just a moment, Zhongsho was already in the sky above Gantian Mountain. He saw that the other few people were already waiting here. One of them was Wuji, who he met in Dragon Canyon. 10,000 Buddha vast habitats Zifang was also here. The third person was covered in a layer of black mist. Although it was a blazing sun, it still surged and didn't stop. He was most probably from the demon sect. As for the fourth person, his body was filled with a cold aura. With such an aura, without needing to think, there was a 90% chance that he came from the Kenzo sect. The fifth person was dressed in a green scholar's shirt. He looked really scholarly and was filled with a scholarly aura. Zhongsho's eyes squinted. Then, he didn't bother much as he walked over. There were actually 5 customers. That was surprising. Then it would depend on which of the 5 sides would give a higher price. West of Donglin, a bustling port. Only to see that within the mist, there were thousands of ships racing. Pretty much every moment, there were dozens of cloud ships entering and exiting the port, sailing into the vast cloud ocean. The port was also really busy. Goods were piled up into mountains. Countless people were busying themselves with their tasks. At noon, a 3-story ship slowly sailed into the port. Compared to the close to 1,000 ships docked here, it was really unassuming. It was really normal. At most, the decorations were a little exquisite. However, at the side of the ship, there was a Kong word mark. The place where it docked wasn't a civilian dock, but within the military port. This is Rainbow City? Kong Rue walked down the stairs from the ship, his eyes filled with shock as he looked over. He knew that in the past, the most prosperous port in Donglin Cloud Continent was Taoyuan City, which was also in the west. However, since Zhongsho unified Donglin Cloud Continent, this earliest port city directly under Gantian Mountain also started to prosper. It was a huge city in Donglin Cloud Continent that wasn't any weaker than Gantian Mountain. Although he knew that this city was huge, he didn't expect it to be so prosperous. Looking out from the ship, there were many people. He realized that it wasn't just because there were a lot of people. Beyond the orderly warehouse area, he could see a magnificent building. Even Taishang, which had a 1,700-year history, had less than 10 cities that could compare to it. Some were even worse. Greetings, country father-in-law. The moment he walked down the stairs, someone came up to welcome him. It should be the officials of Rainbow City, but there were only a few of them. Their etiquette was perfect, but their expressions were neither arrogant nor humble. They didn't try to get close to him, but their words were filled with enough respect. Kong Rui only felt a chill in his heart. It seemed like his daughter's situation in Gantian Mountain wasn't too good. If she was really loved by the ruler, these officials wouldn't treat his arrival so casually. The moment he stepped down from the ladder and landed on the ground below, Kong Rui was in a trance again. This was Donglin Cloud Continent. In this life, he could only stay on this land. He probably wouldn't be able to return home in this life. After being distracted for a moment, Kong Rui bowed towards the other party. Thank you for welcoming me, Kong Rui thanks you. Out of the few people, the one at the head dodged to the side, smiling awkwardly. I don't dare. I am Wei Yuan, the current prefect of Rainbow City. Today, country father-in-law has arrived, so I should have welcomed you with great gifts. However, something cropped up in the city. Most of the people in my magistrate's office have been sent out. Please don't blame me for my lack of manners. Kong Rui half believed and half doubted, looking at this person's eyes, which were filled with anxiousness like something really happened in the city. He also calmed down. It seemed like even if his daughter wasn't really loved, she didn't lose power. Then, he looked curiously at this person who called himself the Rainbow City Prefect. Was he really the Rainbow City Prefect? However, why was it that this official's attire was not much different from the people behind him? To be able to govern such a large city, his status should not be much lower than that of the imperial capital's governor. That was a primary grade 3 high official who could aim for the position of prime minister. This person's position in Gantian Mountain should be similar. But why did he look like that? Looking at the official robe on him, the material used was really simple. The style was not bad, giving off a clean aura. However, there were no other decorations. This is to save money. Wei Yuan seemed to have seen through Kong Rui's doubts, giving out a self-mocking laugh. At the start, it was the ruler's idea to not let us treat ourselves as officials and not let us feel too good about ourselves. Then, the Prime Minister felt that the cost of the robe was huge and there was no need. Thus, he followed the ruler's wishes and crossed it out. Kong Rui was slightly startled and knew that the Prime Minister that Wei Yuan mentioned should be Renbua. His name was something that they had heard of within the imperial capital. In the past, there were people who praised him, but recently his reputation wasn't that good. Looking at it now, this pair of ruler and minister really wasn't a normal betrayal of the Tao. Chapter 625. Thinking about that, Kong Rui frowned. This Zhong Shou treated his subjects so harshly. Wasn't he afraid that his subjects would leave him? Officials dressed no different from normal people, so how could they show the dignity of the imperial court? How would they be able to establish prestige among the commoners? What a preposterous idea! However, Wei Yuan smiled and said, Country father-in-law doesn't know that ruler always saves when he can for such useless expenses. However, what is weird is that the salaries he gives us are really generous. I am a primary grade 4 official in Gantian Mountain. However, my salary can support 3,000 people. I remember that 2 years ago, Prime Minister Ren was so furious that he stomped his feet and scolded the ruler for not knowing how to manage money. Kong Rui was stunned once more. A year of salary could support 3,000 people? Looking at Wei Yuan, although his outer robe was normal. However, the collar of his inner robe was sewn with lines. What he wore on his hand seemed to be a high-grade crystal thumb ring. It should be made from high-grade beast crystals, and could even be considered a spiritual artifact. It seems like this person was really rich. The other few looked really good too. It seemed like most of them were low profile and luxurious. Shaking his head slightly, Kong Rui felt more and more that the Gantian mountain ruler was hard to predict. When he heard those words, not only did he not feel relieved, but he felt even more worried. A grade 4 official salary was so high. In Taishang it was unimaginable. He could only say expressionlessly, "Your country's system is really special, different from the commoners." Although he wasn't going to comment, his tone was filled with a mocking tone. Wei Yuan broke into a laugh and didn't care much. At the start, he himself also felt that it was preposterous. However, after adapting to it these 2 years, it wasn't much. He only grumbled to himself. There was no difference in the position of an official. Sometimes when he went out on the streets, he couldn't show off his prestige. Everyone wore the same robe, so who knew what kind of official he was? He couldn't get a Rainbow City Prefect plaque and hang it on his head. As for the rules, Gantian Mountain didn't have any specific rules, so he could do whatever he wanted. As long as he had money, it was okay to be more luxurious than the ruler. He, Wei Yuan, wasn't stupid enough to compete with those rich merchant families. However, the salary was generous, and there was no need for him to go around sending gifts to officials. As such, he didn't need to waste time to scrape money out of them. Imperial father-in-law, you're wrong. You're the father of Imperial concubine Yao, and from now on, you're a citizen of our country. You should be the one saying our nation. He paused for a moment before asking, "Is country father-in-law going to rest in my Rainbow City or head directly to Gantian Mountain?" When Kong Rui heard this, he shook his head without hesitation. "Prefect Wei, please give me a carriage." Thinking of his daughter, he didn't want to waste any time. The sooner he could see Kong Yao, the better. He also wanted to take a closer look at what this Emperor of Absurdity, who was publicly recognized by the Confucians, looked like. Kong Rui clenched his fists in his sleeves and touched his waist subconsciously. It was an extremely small Qiankuan bag. However, at this moment, there was a supreme treasure hidden within it. When King Divination money, it was something that the ancient person who was closest to the Saint Emperor left behind. It was also one of the ancestors of the divination path. It had been passed down in the Kong family, but as no one could use it, it was neglected by the family and abandoned in the warehouse. When he was young, he obtained this item when he was playing in the warehouse. That was how his divination skills improved, and he became the top divination person in the Kong family. This time he made up his mind to use these few treasures of the One King to predict the fate of this ruler, to see what it was like. Wei Yuan seemed to have expected the anxiousness in his words, slightly nodding his head. "Since that is the case, then I won't keep you any longer. The carriage has been prepared and is not far away. I will send you out of the city. However, the journey today might be a little inconvenient, so please make some preparations." After saying this, he made a please gesture. Kong Rui looked over along with his gaze and then frowned. This was a caravan made up of 14 carriages, all pulled by tall and sturdy horses. The most luxurious carriage had 16 windrider foals. Among them, the 4 leading ones were actually of the 4th rank. The body of the carriage was inlaid with gold and jade, extremely luxurious. The other carriages were slightly weaker, but there were at least 8 of them. They seemed to be prepared for the servants he brought. Kong Rui was about to step out when he stopped, his eyes filled with doubt. This is the rule of the Duke. 16 horses, grade 4 windrider foals. In the Taishang dynasty, only super dukes could use them. It seemed like the carriages in front of him had already exceeded the rules. Wei Yuan was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Moments later, he came back to his senses. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't worry about it, our Gantian Mountain doesn't have the same rules as the Taishang." After he said that, he pointed into the distance. Kong Rui looked over when he heard that, His eyes were filled with both shock and understanding. He saw that on the streets beside the port there were many carriages. As expected, the number of mounts pulling the carriages were different. There were 12, 18, and more than 20. Grade 4 windrider foals were even more common. Our dynasty encourages people to raise such mounts. The dragon horn-winged horse used by the Blood Cloud cavalry is the best. Unfortunately, there are less than 30,000 of them. Next would be the wind-winged dragon beast, silver scale-wind stepping beast, and purple-winged lizard. Next would be the windrider foals. Usually, they can be used to pull carriages to farm. If they are strong, the dynasty will take out money to purchase them. As Wei Yuan explained, he led Kong Rui onto the carriage. The latter didn't bring much luggage. In just a few minutes, the carriages had started to leave. Looking at the scenery in front of him flash past the window, Kong Rui's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, unable to relax. Everything in front of him was totally different from the Taishang. The customs were also totally different. His eyes scanned the pier like he saw something. Kong Rui's pupils constricted, and then he exhaled. Prefect Wei, Argantian Mountain, how can a dock worker be so rich? Just now, he personally saw it. A few helpers seemed to be prepared to cultivate. When they left, they took off their outer clothes that were covered in dust. Inside, they wore brocade clothes. The few of them joked and laughed, looking really carefree, not showing any of the worries of a laborer. When Wei Yuan heard that, for some reason, his expression was bitter. It wasn't like this in the past, but now the people of Donglin aren't willing to work. Naturally, these people have good lives. They can only work for 10 hours a day. Not only do they have to be paid enough, but they also have to be provided with food and drink. Life and death, old and sick, they have to take care of themselves. How can their lives not be good? Kong Rui didn't know what to say. Those words seemed to be filled with grumbling and complaining. Luckily, Wei Yuan didn't let him be confused. Roughly a year and a half ago, the ruler allowed for private hunting. He even built a few strongholds under the cloud ocean. A few thousand people, a cloud ship that can float in the air, they can enter and exit the cloud ocean to hunt beasts. Most of the time, they return with a full load. As long as one has some talent in the martial path, in a year or two they can obtain huge amounts of wealth. With that, the people all went to cultivate, so who would be willing to do manual labor? He scoffed coldly. Originally, when Argantian Mountain unified Donglin, the cities in the east had numerous people. However, those people were forced by the people and insisted that people who weren't directly under us couldn't work in Rainbow City. Today, there are probably around 200 cities in Donglin that want the ruler to directly rule. However, they are all blocked by these fellows. If this goes on, what benefits do the merchants of Rainbow City have? You must know that the other ports along the ocean are eyeing us like tigers eyeing prey. Kong Rui shook his head. Originally, he understood a little. At this moment, he was even more confused. However, when other people established countries, they all wanted to bring all the vassal states under their control. How could they allow others to sleep beside them? They also couldn't split the food on their plate. Taishang's Taizu spent a full 30 years to wipe out the vassal towns in the territory. However, this Gantian mountain was weird. It seemed like those vassal cities were begging to be under Gantian Mountain. However, the ruler didn't care much. He allowed his subordinates to do whatever they wanted. One could also hear Wei Yuan's disdain and superiority towards the east of the Cloud Continent. It was like how the Taishang people looked at Donglin. However, this Rainbow City did seem to have enough ability. As for the Taishang, he retracted his thoughts in time and wasn't willing to think too much about it. This Gantian mountain could be compared to their Taishang. That was unbelievable. The carriage continued forwards and entered the path. It was all made from a quick and wide green wind stone, causing the carriage to be really quick. Not long later, they were out of the pier. However, when they entered the city, it slowly slowed down. Sometimes, after a long time, it would move a little. Kong Rui's brows furrowed. Although there were many carriages here, he had seen it before. The path was really wide and could allow 10 carriages to travel side by side, so why was it so congested? He couldn't see clearly from the window, so Kong Rui walked out of the carriage and looked out. Only then did he know the reason. Only to see that in front of him, there were many people sitting on the street. They took up a large portion of the path, leaving only a small area for them to pass through. At this moment, he finally knew why the prefect said that the people in the yamen had been sent out. What did he mean by saying that it was inconvenient to leave the city today? Only to see that beside the crowd, there were numerous bailiffs and some officials who were helplessly standing under the blazing sun, guarding these people. There were also some armored soldiers maintaining order nearby. However, they didn't hold any weapons, only holding some sticks. What are they doing? Kong Rui was really curious. These are the people of the carriage industry in the city. They aren't willing to work, so they are sitting here. Wei Yuan gritted his teeth as he replied, like he was furious. Are they complaining that their wages are too little? That is okay, but these few days they haven't stopped. If they don't want to work, they can run to other places. Why do they have to occupy the path? Kong Rui was stunned. These people are going against the government? Why didn't they kill and disperse such unruly people long ago? To be continued. Chapter 6:26. It can't be considered going against the government, Wei Yuan frowned. My Gantian mountain doesn't allow commoners to gather. At this moment, he was really envious of the Central Cloud continent. Under the Taishang dynasty rule, most of them were obedient and honest. How was it like their Rainbow City, which had so many tricks up its sleeves? They are all people who aren't satisfied. Their monthly wages have already risen to 50 silver, and they still aren't willing to stop. What do we have to do to stop this? When Kong Rui heard that, he became more and more silent. 50 silver a month, that was the same as half a grade 1 beast crystal, pretty much 5 times that of the Central Cloud continent. He realized that he had underestimated Wei Yuan. This person said that he could provide for 3,000 people in a year. Based on the standards of Rainbow City, how much would that be? He suddenly understood that Wei Yuan's words just now were more to show off to him. Most probably he wasn't willing to be underestimated by someone from the Central Cloud continent. That's right. If this goes on, there will be no one farming in the countryside. Now there aren't many people who are willing to properly farm. Just yesterday, the price of 1 dan of grain actually rose to 110 won, and this is only because of the large purchases from other countries that we can barely stabilize the food prices. Sigh. I heard that the Central Cloud continent used farming to build the country. However, today our Gantian mountain has handed this important military matter to outsiders. I heard that Prime Minister Ren has already suggested in the Senate to try to stop the purchase of grain. Now the grain price is going to crazily rise. However, I've heard that recently, some spirit masters have been researching how to use spirit formations and mechanism techniques to help people farm. Mechanism techniques? Isn't that what the Mahists are good at? Is it the Kongqi sect? Speaking of which, His Majesty is prepared to imitate the Central Cloud continent and set up the Imperial College. It seems like he is also prepared to set up an engineering course and make the Mahists techniques a compulsory course. In the future, everyone in the Ministry of Works will have to start from this course. When Kong Rui heard the discussions of these officials, he was startled. 50 silver a month, 110 won grain price, that was actually really low. The country policy that Renbua set should be to attract more people to farm. But if it weren't for these absurd government decrees, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Take the Taishang for example. Ever since the sage ascended the throne, they would have sufficient grain every year. However, the people there didn't seem to be as rich as Gantian Mountain. Moreover, a gentleman should not talk about benefits. These people seemed to have read some books. How could they be so vulgar? Apart from that, building the Imperial College was a good thing, but opening up engineering classes and teaching the Mahist arts was a little confusing. In this world, only the Confucian school could truly govern the world. The more they talked, the more they strayed from the topic. However, an hour later, perhaps because they felt impatient, one of them coldly snorted, "These people are really endless. If it were me in the past, I would definitely teach them a lesson. They are indeed unruly people. We have to think of a way to make them suffer." Actually, it would be fine if it was just these people. They wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. What I'm angry about is that someone is fanning the flames in the dark with bad intentions. Another person shook his head and said, "Please be careful with your words. If these words were heard by others, if the council members were to find out about this, it would be quite troublesome for us abyssal prefects." These people were worried about not having a chance to do something to attract the attention of those ignorant people. It has been close to 3 years, and they are preparing to change the elections. Kong Rui couldn't help but open his mouth. "I see that those soldiers are all elites. Why don't you let them forcefully chase away these unruly people?" The moment these words were said, the surroundings were totally silent. The few people who accompanied him all had weird expressions on their faces. Rimbaud kept silent and didn't reply. It was the person beside him who smiled. In the past, there were people who did that in the few cities directly under Argantian Mountain. However, the current situation is really tough. Kong Rui didn't understand. Tough? Did the ruler not like it? Although it was good to love the people, one had to differentiate between the people. Good people and evil people couldn't be treated as one. Besides, scholar officials like them were the pillars of the country. How could he be so strict because of some unruly people? At this moment, Rimbaud suddenly sighed. A few days ago, the ruler signed another decree. The meeting halls all have the responsibility of interrogating and supervising officials. They can impeach a city head official. If the votes exceed half, I won't be able to continue being the prefect. The meaning behind his words was really bleak. The other few officials all shook their heads emotionally like they were really annoyed. Kong Rui's heart totally sunk to the bottom. His last bit of anticipation was being shattered. Such preposterous governance was the biggest joke in the world. Going against the flow, who knows how many more years Gantian Mountain's current strength could last. No wonder when the Taishang Confucian elders mentioned Gantian Mountain, their tone was filled with disdain. He originally thought that these people were just spreading rumors and that they weren't speaking the truth. However, when he really came to Donglin, he realized that the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. Based on what he saw, that person was indeed tough to call a true ruler. Yao marrying such a ruler as a concubine, her future was really dark. Thinking about it for a moment, Kong Rui suddenly walked out of the carriage. This place was so congested that they might not be able to pass even in 10 to 10 hours. If he wanted to quickly see Kong Yao, why not just walk over? At the same time, above the cloud ocean of Gantian Mountain, the middle-aged scholar let out a displeased snort and prepared to leave this area. When he was about to leave, he suddenly thought about something. His expression was really solemn as he turned around and looked at Zhong Shou. "I am an outside official and there are some things that aren't convenient for me to say to the ruler. However, recently when I was traveling downstream, I was deeply touched and had some words in my heart that I have to say. The ruler setting up the meeting hall system similar to our Taishang's Feng Xianguan was originally a good thing. However, the ruler is holding the power in people's hands. The people elect the meeting hall and also the supervising officer. That is a huge mistake." Zhong Shou's brows rose up, looking like he was willing to listen to the details. Only to hear that this person wasn't courteous at all, his face still solemn as he said, "I am ignorant and only know about promotion matters. I am short-sighted and haven't been educated. I am easily fooled and instigated by others. Ruler, do you know that the meetings on Jing'an Peak are mostly controlled by those strong races? Most places use bribery as the norm. 5 buckets of rice can buy a person a vote. Zhong Shou shook his head when he heard that. This wasn't the first time someone said that to him. Such a matter really made one annoyed. However, if it wasn't for that, people like him who didn't care about politics for so many years, in just a few years, his family fortune would be squandered by those civil servants under him. With the meeting hall there, these people would more or less have some worries. He was already really poor. If these people stole some more, he wouldn't be able to survive. His treasury wouldn't be left with anything. However, he was smiling like he was praising the words of this Confucian. Xingdou is a commoner? What you said makes sense. However, since I know that some things are right, then I can't not do it just because the process is tough. His expression was solemn, acting righteous. The people aren't intelligent, so I will try my best to let them know what is right and proper. In the end, I will let the people of Gantian Mountain not bow down for 5 buckets of rice. Chapter 6:27. That middle-aged Confucian's expression was originally slightly relaxed. However, when he heard the last sentence, he knew that although Zhong Shou seemed to agree, his words didn't waver at all. His eyes were filled with unhappiness. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he remembered that after all, this was Gantian Mountain. The fall of this country was Zhong Shou's own matter. What did it have to do with him? He scoffed and didn't say anything else, waving his sleeves and leaving. After this person left, the figure shrouded in black Qi let out a mocking laugh. These great scholars are like this. It's as if everything in the world has to be done according to their rules. Everything has to follow their wishes. That is the right path in the world. Since this person knows that Ruler's Book of Universe Remnant Scrolls can't be easily obtained. He doesn't have much money, so why did he come over? Does he really think that with just a few words he can make people listen to him? Zhong Shou smiled. He wasn't interested in talking about people behind their back. He took out the 4 Book of Universe Remnant Scrolls and placed them in front of him. Based on what we discussed just now, each remnant scroll is 1,000 grade, 9 mind stones. It is best if you have mind stones. If not, you can exchange for them with items of similar value. The eyes of the 4 people in the cloud constricted when they saw this. After exchanging glances with one another, they didn't say anything. Although Zhong Shou was a little cunning, it wasn't too much. In the future, Taoist, demon, Buddhist, and sword factions would rely on their own ability to search for the location of the Book of Universe. A few remnant pages were enough. Any more would be useless. If today they all fell into the hands of one person, it was likely that there would be a fight between the few of them. The person from the Kenzo sect was the most straightforward. He directly waved his hand and tossed a small heaven and earth bag over. Following closely behind was Wuji and the Demon Path Cultivator, who also directly paid mind stones. Zifang smiled bitterly. Our Buddhist faction gives out gifts all year round, and we don't have much money, so we don't need many mind stones. Today I only brought these 8 Buddhist beads. Can they be worth 1,000 mind stones? After he finished speaking, a few streaks of light flew over. Zhong Shou raised his eyebrows and received it. Then, his heart trembled slightly. The 8 brown Buddhist prayer beads in his hand were made of some unknown material. They looked like walnuts and weighed more than 10,000 pounds. He gathered spiritual energy in his eyes, and a 5-colored luster could be seen flickering within them. Thinking back, Zhong Shou knew that this must be the legendary virtuous bead that was unique to Buddhists. It was the gathering of merit and kindness, and was the most precious. It could suppress evil spirits, dispel evil energy, and even help one's cultivation. In terms of value, it was comparable to the 1,000 level 9 spirit stones. However, this item was of little use to him. Just as he was about to refuse, Zhong Shou heard a whimper from his shoulder. The Qilin cub twitched its nose and looked at his hand with shining eyes. Zhong Shou instantly smiled. This fellow was born from eating energy. It seemed like it had taken a fancy to the energy gathered within the virtuous bead and treated it as its own food. He didn't hold back and kept the 8 virtuous beads into his sleeve. Then, he waved his sleeves and the remnant universe book in front of the 4 of them. At this point, the trade was already completed. The few people in the clouds all relaxed. However, they still sat there with no intention of leaving. Zhong Shou smiled. His long and thin eyes squinted into a line. He finally got rid of this hot potato. When he attacked, he viciously knocked it. He couldn't be happier. Just these mind stones were enough for his Book of Aeon to add another 300 days of time. Following which, there were also the 2 heads. Not only did the Demon Path faction place a lot of importance on Xiaoxiangzi and Wuxuan. The air was silent. Zhong Shou had no intention of speaking. Wuji said helplessly, "My Dowling Vast Habitat wants to use 5 intermediate mind stone veins to exchange for Xiaoxiangzi's life. What does the ruler think?" Zhong Shou exclaimed and looked over, only to see Wuji wave his hand and toss a scroll over. Zhong Shou took a look at it, only to see that the map recorded the locations of the 5 mind stone veins. This Dowling Vast Habitat might really want to mend their relationship. They were really kind. 3 of these veins should have been newly formed and hadn't been mined yet. One of them was close to high grade. What a huge gift! However, the location shocked Zhong Shou. Huizhou Island? Within the cloud world, there were 5 continents and 12 islands. Out of the 5 continents, Donglin Cloud Continent was the 4th. This Huizhou Island was one of the so-called 12 Islands. It was said that during the Cloud Desolate era, this place was called Huizhou, which was why it got its name. Its area wasn't small, roughly the size of 10 provinces. It wasn't far from the southwest of Donglin Cloud Continent, roughly 14,000 miles away. The fastest cloud ship only needed 3 days and nights to travel back and forth. However, based on what he knew, this was one of the main camps of the Taoist faction. Although there weren't any spiritual houses or shrines, there were several large sects under Dowling Vast Habitat that set up their mountain gates here. However, Wuji tossed these 5 mind stone veins to him. What did he mean by that? Although his actions were suspicious, the 5 mind stone veins that he took out were naturally nurtured by heaven and earth and were temporarily fake. However, it was the same as passing a small portion of the gains from Huizhou Island to Gantian Mountain. It also gave him a chance to interfere with Huizhou Island. Suddenly, he had a thought, and Zhong Shou thought back to the Spirit River Fisher that Taishang was prepared to hand over to him. Speaking of which, that location was close to Huizhou Island. Speaking of which, was Dowling Vast Habitat prepared to give up on this place? His eyes were filled with doubt as he looked towards Wuji. However, he saw that this person was really calm and his expression didn't change. He really couldn't see anything. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhong Shou kept the scroll into his sleeve. Anyways, he was going to take over that place. He would just take a look at it. He felt that there was a little bit of a scheme within. Wuji's actions made him feel that this matter was a little unusual. If Donglin was far away, then it was still okay. He could naturally stay out of this matter. However, it was so close to Donglin in comparison. The item that the Demon Path cultivator took out was really practical. He directly tossed a bottle over. I heard that ruler has reached the time to charge for Spirit Realm. My 10,000 demon vast habitat will use this item as a congratulatory gift. Zhong Shou took it and used his spiritual sense to take a look. Then, his brow furrowed. If this item was obtained by him, he would definitely be indescribably happy. However, the person who gave it to him was the person in front of him. Instead, he felt a little worried. Was this a threat? Scoffing coldly, Zhong Shou still took out the 2 heads and tossed it to the 2 of them. During these few days, He had placed 2 bloody but not totally dead heads in his heaven and earth bag. It was indeed a little disgusting. After all the transactions were completed, the demon and Taoist didn't speak anymore. They seemed to be in a rush to leave, but they were also worried about one another. They just sat there with the intention of wasting time. Zhong Shou was totally confused. However, coincidentally, he also had a business deal to discuss with these few people. He smiled. I have another matter. A few days ago, my Gantian Mountain obtained a few spaceships. I want to use them as a base to conquer the outer region. Can the few of you lend some money to my Gantian Mountain? 30% a year. Or maybe you can invest a portion. There are a total of 3,000 shares and each share is 100 mind stones. However, it needs grade 9 mind stones. If you can lend some people over, you can exchange them for shares. In the future, the profits of the outer region will be split based on the shares. The moment he said this, the few people in the clouds were startled. They were speechless as they looked at the teen in front of them. They didn't expect that he was going to talk about this matter. Conquering the outer region, was this fellow crazy? Since the cloud world was opened and the human race was born, they had never heard of anyone conquering the outer region. What a fantasy! They all knew that the outer region was dangerous, and if they weren't careful, they would all be wiped out. Moreover, he was dreaming. 3,000 shares. Each share was 100 grade 9 mind stones. Was he trying to cheat money from their hands? If there were any accidents, wouldn't the money they invested be wasted? However, the loan was a little feasible. With Donglin Cloud Continent and Gantian Mountain as a guarantee. With the strength of the shrines, they weren't afraid he would go back on his words. 30% interest a year. If the amount was large, it would be a huge sum. No less than 1 or 2 high-grade yellow-grade mines. Wuji's lips twitched, thinking to himself that this fellow was really shameless. 30,000 grade 9 mind stones was enough to build 10 spaceships. Just as he was thinking about how many mind stones it was appropriate to borrow, the person from the Kenzo sect suddenly smiled. Interesting. There was no harm in giving it a try. My Kenzo sect will take out 3,000 grade 9 mind stones. 600 grade 6 disciples and 50 grade 7. Out of 100, my sect will take 20%. Zhong Shou was startled and looked over in shock. He originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort today. Even if he wanted to convince these few people, at most he would just borrow some money. Who knew that this Kenzo sect person would be so straightforward? Wuji was also shocked. Then, when he was about to speak, just as he was about to speak, for some reason, he changed his words. My Dowling vast habitat is huge, and we don't have many mind stones. We can only lend 3,000 to the ruler. We have a lot of people, like the Kenzo sect, we will take 10%. The moment he drew it, he regretted it and added, however, we need the head of the vast habitat to agree before we can, thinking to himself that there were many idle people in Dowling vast habitat. After he returned, at most he would send all those people he didn't like over. Moreover, with the calamity of Huizhou Island, it was unknown whether or not Zhong Shou's war in the outer region would succeed. The demon sect cultivator had a weird expression on his face, his eyes shining like he was hesitating. However, when he opened his mouth, he was the same as Wuji. My demon sect can borrow 3,000, we can have more people, 15%. Zhong Shou was delighted as he turned to Zifang, only to see that this old monk had a frown on his face. He roughly knew that the Buddhist faction was actually really rich. However, it all belonged to the various Buddhist sects. Moreover, these Buddhist sect disciples tried their best to promote benevolence and kindness. At least on the surface, they rejected killing. Big monk, are you not willing to let the Buddhist spiritual light shine on the people of the other world? Zifang was startled and then sighed, saying unlimited beginning and end. To be continued. Chapter 628. The few of them settled the matter in just a few words. Wuji and the Demon Path cultivator didn't want to stay any longer and hurriedly left. At this moment it was just a thought. Although the two of them had power in the Demon Path, they couldn't make such a decision. However, he couldn't make a decision on such a big matter. He had to ask the sect first. Zhong Shou didn't have much hope in the people of the two vast habitats. He was already satisfied to be able to borrow some mind stones. At this moment, the weirdest thing was what Zifang said just now. He had only heard of the primordial Buddha, which was often talked about by these Buddhist disciples. Which hole did this unlimited beginning and end come out from? Did the Buddhist faction have another Buddha venerable? It wasn't good to ask, and he could only mutter to himself. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 people left on the clouds. Zifang opened his mouth once more. I heard Jingyin say that ruler wants to invite our Buddhist faction monks to purify the Avicii throne? Zhong Shou nodded his head to express that it was true. Zifang instantly smiled. Ruler is merciful, this is a huge merit. Luckily, the 6 country emperors were able to meet such a merciful ruler 10,000 years later. He said a bunch of trash and praised Zhong Shou. His tone was filled with hesitation and in the end, he said embarrassedly, I heard that Zhao Yanran and ruler are both cauldrons, right? With the reversal of the cauldron technique, her life and death would be in your hands? When he heard that, Zhong Shou roughly knew what he meant. This should be the condition that the 10,000 Buddha vast habitat gave. Great monk, do you mean that you want me to return the seed? That's right. Zifang nodded his head. This woman has a lot to do with the rise and fall of Buddhism. Zhong Shou smiled. He wasn't too stubborn about this matter. He imagined how Zhao Yanran would be like when she was a nun. That feeling was great and he was looking forward to it. If your Buddhist sect can convince her and make 7 spirit sects satisfied, then I will return the seed. Naturally, I can return the seed. I will keep my promise and won't go back on it. Zifang heaved a sigh of relief. He got up and bowed. Then Zifang, I will go now. As if he couldn't wait any longer, his figure flashed and tore through space, and he instantly vanished without a trace. After this person left, only the person from the Kenzo sect remained in the clouds. Zhong Shou looked over with a questioning gaze, not understanding what this person wanted. That person also opened his eyes at this time, a sharp light shooting out from his eyes. Like an unsheathed treasured sword, its aura was incomparably sharp. My name is Ling Chen. Ling Chen? Zhong Shouxin was shocked, but he bowed slightly and greeted him again. So the mountain chieftain of the Kenzo sect has personally come. My apologies for my lack of manners. The strength of the vast habitat was comparable to a country. Although Gantian Mountain had some assets now, it was far from comparable. This person's identity as the head of the vast habitat did indeed have the right to sit on the same level as him. Thinking to himself, no wonder this person would be so heroic. Since this person opened his mouth and personally promised, then the help of the Kenzo sect was pretty much set. Ling Chen was silent as he looked over. I came to Gantian Mountain for the Book of Universe and also to thank you. Within the Een Dragon Canyon, the 2 disciples who joined later would like to thank the ruler for helping. The third is to ask the ruler something. Does your Gantian Mountain really want to follow the path of Tsang Xingdao? Do you really think that Shi Zi's path will work? When he said this, a sharp aura stabbed right into Zhong Shou's heart. Zhong Shou's brows rose up. As expected from the sword head and mountain chieftain. He was unhappy in his heart, but he knew that this person knew that he and Tan Qiu were the same person, which was why he asked. What he hated the most was being threatened by others. He instantly felt annoyed. A similarly sharp aura suddenly rose up, faintly going against this person. He laughed coldly. If I say yes, then what does Mountain Chieftain want to do? Ling Chen's brows rose up, like he felt that his attitude and tone was a little too much. His tone became slightly gentler. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to ask what the ruler is thinking. Only then did Zhong Shaoxin's emotions calm down. Then, he looked into the distance at a loss. Shi Zi said that everyone was equal. How preposterous was that? A bird in front of him suddenly streaked through the air and flew swiftly into the distance. Zhong Shou flicked his finger and an energy shot out. In the blink of an eye, this innocent bird was smashed into blood and dust. In this world, the fittest survive. I heard that 30,000 years ago, the creatures in the cloud-desolate era were all giant beasts that were easily 100,000 feet. What about now? The strong can bully the weak. There is a difference between the rich and the poor. Without a balance, how can there be equality? For example, this bird didn't offend me. However, because of a thought of mine, it died here. In this Donglin cloud continent, billions of people, aren't their lives decided by a thought of yours and mine? Zhong Shou mocked himself. The governance of Gantian Mountain is all because of me, Zhong Shou. If I wasn't here, most of the rules wouldn't exist. Many things would just be for naught. Unless one couldn't cultivate in this world, one couldn't cultivate the soul. Ling Chen was stunned, like he didn't expect that he would hear such an answer. He then laughed and stood up. You're talking nonsense. You're making no sense. However, there was a look of relief on his face. Just as he was about to leave, Zhong Shou suddenly smiled and asked, Mountain Chieftain Ling, not only your Kenzo sect, do you want to build a few schools and dojos in my Gantian Mountain? Ling Chen's body instantly froze. He knew that the current Gantian Mountain was filled with martial arts. Looking down at Gantian Mountain, there were thousands of different dojos. Within this city, there were also numerous experts gathered here. However, what he cared about the most wasn't here. Ruler doesn't reject sex. The past emperors of the cloud world all saw sex as the enemy, as thieves of the country, causing chaos in the dynasty. Not only did they often attack, but they also tried their best to remove the influence of sex on the people. What Zhong Shou did, doing the opposite, was something he had never seen before. Lingyun's sect was wiped out. 70% of the sects in Donglin Cloud Continent were either wiped out or chased away. Why should I reject them? Zhong Shou didn't understand. As long as they pay taxes and follow the laws. Why can't I accept it? Ling Chen was startled once more. For the first time he felt that this Gantian mountain ruler wasn't a normal person. After coming down from the clouds, Zhong Shou eagerly wanted to go into secluded meditation. Only at this moment did he find out from Ruoshui that Kong Yao's father had already arrived in Rainbow City. In 1 to 2 days, he would be able to reach Gantian Mountain. However, he didn't take it to heart. He just wanted this person to restrict Kong Yao. Later on, he would let Rinbo find a place to settle this country father-in-law. However, Ruoshui's next sentence made him frown. He wants to meet me? He wants to thank me in person? Is it that Kong Rui? He felt really weird. He snatched his daughter over and treated his nephew like that. He should hate him to death. Where did this gratitude come from? He instantly hesitated. Would he say that first and then spit on his face when they met? Would he go all out with him? He was a little ashamed that his heart wasn't in the right place. In the end, he couldn't be like those ancient lords who could do those shameful things with a clear conscience. Thinking about it, it was best if they didn't meet. Just as he was about to reject, Ruoshui's brows furrowed. I have sent people to investigate concubine Yao's father. Whilst speaking, she passed a message talisman over. Zhong Shou didn't care much at first, but when his spiritual sense browsed through the information within, his mouth was wide open. He couldn't help but open wide, unable to close it. He didn't expect that Kong Yao's father would actually have such a huge name. The previous imperial astronomer, publicly acknowledged to be only below Zhongshuan in divination. He was actually such an amazing person. Turning his head, Zhong Shou saw Ruoshui blinking her eyes as she looked at him. Although he didn't say anything, his clear black and white eyes were speaking. It was best to meet him. He didn't really believe in divination. However, since he was so famous, he couldn't underestimate him. No matter what, he was a talent and it was best to meet him. Taking in a deep breath, Zhong Shou rubbed his temples with a headache. Then let's meet. Said it 7 days later. During these 7 days, say that I am going into secluded meditation. If he wants to meet Kong Yao, don't stop him. However, I need you to accompany him. It wasn't to monitor them, but the father and daughter were already in his hands and couldn't jump out. He did this to let Ruoshui see what Kong Rui was up to. Zhong Shou made his mind up. If there was anything wrong, he would leave this person alone for a period of time in case things became awkward. Apart from this Kong Rui, there wasn't much else. Zhong Shou once again stepped into the room. He first took out the 8 merit beads and tossed them to Xiaori, only to see that the latter didn't consume them. Instead, he was incomparably joyful as he sucked it into the air and spun it non-stop, dazzling everyone's eyes. Then, Little Gold also joined in the fun. It ran out and snatched the 8 virtuous pearls. It turned into Hanshi and flew everywhere. This made Xiaori really anxious and it chased all over. Zhong Shou was speechless. So, this fellow treated the merit beads as toys. What a waste of his 1,000 mind stones. Shaking his head, Zhong Shou took out the bottle. After opening the cork, he used his spiritual energy to suck in and a blue light rose up from within. It was a blue crystal sand. This thing was called light-containing sand. At this moment, in this dim room, a bright light shone out, causing everything within this 1,000-feet room to be clearly seen. Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with deep thought. It really was this item. In terms of value, it was no less than 300 grade 9 mind stones. However, it was a priceless item and its effect was similar to the magnificent spirit jade marrow. It could allow one to grasp the abilities of spirit realm cultivators in advance. Sky Demon Vast Habitat most probably knew about his barriers from heaven. This was a sign of goodwill. It was also a threat. Besides, the 5 veins that Wuji had given him were a little strange too. Since Sky Demon Vast Habitat knew about it, then Dowling Vast Habitat had no reason not to. He could just ask Lingyun Sect about it. No wonder Wuji's attitude today was so weird. This Huizhou Island matter was just too suspicious. Chapter 629. When he walked down from the carriage, his face was dark and sunken as he looked into the distance at the majestic Gantian Mountain City. This place was less than 30 miles away from Gantian Mountain. In just a short while, he would be able to arrive and see Kong Yao. Although he knew that Yao was already waiting for him in the city, Kong Rui still forcefully endured it. He asked the carriage to stop here for a moment. He wanted to see what the fate of Gantian Mountain was like. The few family members beside him were okay, they were used to Kong Rui acting like that. The few grade 6 cultivators of Gantian Mountain all looked on weirdly from the side, filled with confusion. Kong Rui didn't bother, taking out a compass and a ruler as he walked towards a hill beside the carriage. He measured while walking, sensing the earth energy below. Moments later, Kong Rui's movements came to a halt. What clear earth veins, organized and organized. It was obvious that there was a country protecting treasure here. His brows relaxed. If there was such a treasure, then no matter what, Gantian Mountain would be able to last for 20 to 30 years. Why was there such a fierce and vengeful energy within? This was a bad omen. That's right. For Gantian Mountain to go against the flow, it probably wouldn't last for long. He heard a low Sanskrit chant spread over, but he didn't care. He ran quickly and found a mound of earth. This place looked unassuming, but it was where the earth energy intersected. It was coincidentally 36 miles away from the center of the city, the number of Big Dipper. The Taoists said that they could see the fortune and calamity of a person, and also the rise and fall of a country. However, if one didn't have the natural ability of their Kong family ancestor, or if one's body was strong enough, the requirements would be very strict. The location and items needed to be paid attention to, and one also needed a set of really complicated ceremonies. As he had a god item in his hands, he was able to avoid a lot of trouble. However, there were some steps that needed to be completed carefully. Standing there, Kong Rui first took out a sword and drew a line under his feet. When a circular spiritual formation slowly formed, he took out a bunch of mind stones and tossed them out. They were all grade 6, so he couldn't make any mistakes in this energy viewing technique. The beast crystal wasn't pure, so he could only use mind stones to cast it. Then, he prepared the blood of the yang-winged tiger. The tiger's blood was masculine and could repel evil. This sun-winged tiger was one of the kings of tigers and was close to the level of a divine beast. With the protection of his blood, ordinary evil spirits would not be able to get close to him. Then, 7 paper dolls covered in runes were thrown out. 7 human figures were drawn around the formation. 7 soul shadows flashed from within his sleeve and pounced into it. These dull paper dolls immediately came to life. It was as if it was a living person, and it was so lifelike. Other people used elite beasts or spirit beasts as armor. There were also people from the Kenzo sect who used the souls of ancient swordsmen to create sword spirit. However, what he chose were the souls of spirit masters. In the blink of an eye, golden runes lit up one after another. In just a few breaths, a spirit array was formed. Kong Rui didn't hesitate either. He stretched out his hand and waved it. A light buzzing sound could be heard. A small knife-like coin suddenly flew out from the pouch at his waist. The coins of the ancient times started with shells, and then came this kind of knife coins. In the end, it slowly evolved into round copper coins and silver ingot. Looking straight at this moment, this one King Divination coin was dancing in the air, spinning around his body. It didn't land in his hand as he expected. Kong Rui's brows couldn't help but furrow. He could feel that this coin was about to leave him. There seemed to be something in the distance that was attracting this item. Weird, such a thought flashed across his heart. Kong Rui directly reached out and grabbed the coin in his hand. He only felt that this knife-shaped coin was trembling and giving out a crisp ringing sound. It was really strong and it was struggling non-stop. Kong Rui frowned slightly. He used a few more strength before he was able to firmly control this coin. Then, he slowly moved it in front of him. Only when the broken hole was right in front of his eyes did he stop. He focused his gaze and looked in the direction of Gantian Mountain through the hole. Kong Rui was first stunned, but what he saw was empty. It wasn't that the city in front of him had disappeared. In this hole, it was still there, perfectly fine. However, in the sky above Gantian Mountain City, apart from that patch of blue sky and a few clouds, there was nothing else. It couldn't be any more exquisite. However, at this moment it was really abnormal. There wasn't the gray energy that represented the signs of decline that he imagined. There was also no energy pillar that rose into the air. Kong Rui was at a loss. He could even see the fate of the Taishang country. However, he couldn't see the fate of Gantian Mountain? Did this mean that Gantian Mountain was already wiped out? No. Even if Gantian Mountain was wiped out as the capital of a country, there should be some king energy remaining. Then, did something go wrong with his spiritual formation? Or was there a problem with the divination coin in his hand? Speaking of which, when this item appeared, it was already a little off. Thinking about it carefully for a moment, Kong Rui suddenly placed his finger on the sharp blade of the coin. With a slight touch, he saw a thread of blood appear on his skin. Fresh blood seeped out and flowed along the patterns on the coin. The scenes in front of Kong Rui's eyes slowly started to change. Hong! A loud explosion. 10,000 feet around Kong Rui, it was like the mountains were shaking and the earth was shaking. A strong and strange force suddenly rushed over. The few Kong family servants and a few Gantian Mountain Grade 6 martial artists were all stunned. They were all caught off guard, their footsteps unsteady as they fell to the ground. Kong Rui's body also shook. His eyes stared right at the hole on the knife coin. In that instant, in front of his eyes, a beam of chi that was thousands of feet thick was soaring into the sky. It was like a giant pillar that spanned between heaven and earth. Kong. Suddenly, a golden shadow appeared. It was a slender and vigorous dragon that was circling around the pillar of air. It suddenly turned its head and roared angrily. It seemed to be angry that someone was spying on it. After a short while, another cry that was even clearer, higher, and more pleasing to the ear than the crane's cry rang out. Golden scales, how did it turn into a dragon shape? Claws and teeth, crawling, how is that possible? Based on what the book said, it should be accumulating strength and preparing to fly into the air to swallow people. Kong Rui's body suddenly stiffened as he muttered to himself. This voice, was it the cry of a phoenix? He raised the knife coin slightly and adjusted the angle of view. Then, he saw the image of a seven-colored phoenix flying around above the pillar of chi. The spiritual light shone, so bright that it was a little eye-piercing. How did that happen? Kong Rui's mind instantly went blank. Only when he felt a sharp pain in his eyes did he come back to his senses. Chapter 630. Piercing pain? Feeling the burning sensation in his eyes, Kong Rui was slightly stunned. He only felt that the glow was really eye-catching. Looking closely, it was a white glow, pure and flawless, without any other colors. White energy. How was that possible? A normal ruler of a country. Countries similar to Gantian Mountain were usually a light yellow color. If the country was weak or the ruler was useless, it would be a gray-black color. Why was it pure white here? His mind instinctively flashed back to those divination classics passed down from the ancient times. At that moment, Kong Rui only felt that his mind was in a mess. This Zhong Shou wasn't a stupid ruler like the Confucians said. He wasn't a preposterous ruler but a saint king? He must have remembered wrongly. Or perhaps those algebra classics were wrong in the first place. Just as he was startled, Kong Rui suddenly felt that the light was getting brighter and brighter. In the end, the dragon's shadow in the distance roared out once more. Kong Rui instantly cried out in pain, his right eye closing. A thread of fresh blood flowed down from his eyelids. As for the one king divination money, it broke free from his control again. However, this time it didn't fly in that direction. Like it had used up all its strength, it fell to the ground. The few Kong family servants and Gantian Mountain martial masters all panicked when they saw that, not knowing what to do. The former was worried about their master's injuries, while the latter was worried that Kong Rui was injured on the way to Gantian Mountain. Would the higher-ups punish him? As for Kong Rui himself, he was like a statue. His body stood upright, totally lost as he stood on the spot. He muttered to himself. His voice was so soft that it couldn't be heard. If one listened carefully, there was only one sentence. True king energy can't be underestimated. At the same time, Xiaori, who was running swiftly in Hanyan Palace, suddenly felt his hair stand on end. A fierce glow flashed in his eyes as he looked towards the northwest. A layer of red flames wrapped around his body. Like he felt threatened, his body crouched low, ready to pounce over at any moment. Then, he shook his head weirdly. Why was this aura so familiar? Moreover, it was disappearing? Puzzled, Xiaori sniffed. Just as he was about to chase after his trail, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a golden light in front of him. He immediately forgot about everything else. With the threat gone, he couldn't be bothered to look for the root of the problem. He chased after Xiao Jin's figure again. The moment he came down from the small hill, Kong Rui still felt that his mind was in a daze. When the carriage moved forward once more and headed towards the Gantian Mountain city gate. In the carriage, Kong Rui took out all the algebra books from his Qiankuan bag, as if he had gone mad. He flipped through the books one by one, and when he found the content he was looking for, he threw it away. Half a quarter of an hour later, Kong Rui sat down weakly beside the soft couch. His uninjured left eye was filled with blood veins. The cries of dragons and phoenixes came from the Saint King. After 3 generations, they disappeared from the world. In almost all of the physiognomy books, the results were the same. If it was just a one-sided statement, then it would be fine. However, without exception, all of these classics were recorded in such a way. Moreover, the people who wrote these books all had deep attainments in the study of fate, people who left their names in history. What ability did he have to dare to question the classics of these seniors? However, what he saw today was just too inconceivable. Could it be that the great Confucians of Great Shang were wrong? However, the Confucians had ruled for 10,000 years and created many prosperous eras, so how could they be wrong? Kong Rui's fists loosened and tightened, tightened and loosened. Then, he thought about what did this matter have to do with him? He came to Gantian Mountain to see if Yao was doing well. Whether or not she was able to safely pass the death tribulation in 20 years. This Gantian Mountain had a vast white energy and didn't show signs of dying. Logically speaking, he could temporarily be at ease. However, at this moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. Gantian Mountain Meeting, Country Advisor Zhang Huai. I am here on orders from the king to welcome country father-in-law. A voice spread in from outside, waking Kong Rui up. He raised his eyes and looked out of the window. Unknowingly, the carriage had already arrived at the North City gate of Gantian Mountain. Slightly trembling, Kong Rui hurriedly tidied his clothes and stepped down from the carriage. Then, he saw a scholarly teen leading a bunch of people to wait under the carriage. Seeing him come down, he smiled and bowed. Country father-in-law must be really tired from the carriage. Do you want to go to the guest house to rest or head to the Hanyan Palace? Concubine Yao is already in the palace waiting for you. She can see you anytime. Bowing slightly, when Zhang Huai raised his eyes, he was startled. Why was this emperor's father-in-law called Kong Rui in such a sorry state? Who knows what he went through? His right eye was tightly shut and a little swollen. His face was also ashen white. He couldn't help but stare viciously at the few escorts. However, he only received some innocent looks back. It seemed like it really had nothing to do with these few people. Kong Rui originally didn't care much about this teen. He only thought to himself that the earlier he saw Yao the better. Why was he still resting? He also felt slightly weird. This person had the title of country advisor. He had never heard of such an official title. Looking closely, Kong Rui was shocked once more. His head was full, the ground was round. Between his brows, there was a little bit of purple energy. It was rare to see someone with such a face. He was definitely extremely rich, and was destined to hold huge power. However, at this moment, it wasn't convenient for him to deduce. Kong Rui's expression also became somewhat cautious. Such a person, even if he didn't need to purposely make friends with him, he couldn't treat him lightly. The two of them exchanged a few greetings before boarding the carriage together. The moment they entered the city gates, they heard a loud rumbling sound. A cavalry force galloped past the carriage. They were all tall and strong riding beasts with strong armor and sharp spears. All the cavalry were grade 3 and above. Pretty much every 10 of them had one xiantian. The one at the lead carried a 10-feet-long knife on his back. His strength had already entered grade 7. Their aura was sharp, obviously they were elites who had been through wars. Even if they just passed by, the killing intent made one feel a chill down their spine. Kong Rui frowned slightly. There weren't many of such elite cavalry in Taishang. Their armor was complete, 1 man and 3 horses. On the horses there were many things. Did a war break out in Donglin? These are the elite cavalry of Argantian Mountain. The one leading them is the ruler's favorite general Hu Zhongyuan. Zhang Huai seemed to know what the person beside him was thinking about, casually explaining, I heard that the night demon race is active 3,700 miles south of Huizhou and has already invaded the cloud world several times. Although Great Shang has troops stationed there, the distance is too far and they can't reach. That's why they asked my king for help. Not only that, but when he said the words Hu Zhongyuan, the corner of Zhang Huai's lips curled up. Kong Rui was enlightened. He had heard of this matter when he was in the imperial capital, but he didn't know the specifics. The countries and sects of the cloud world all had a responsibility to defend against the invasion of the alien races. In the past, when the Donglin cloud continent was in chaos, they naturally couldn't take out any strength. Now that Donglin was unified, Gantian Mountain couldn't reject such a matter. The carriage continued forward. When they entered the city, they saw the carriages moving like shuttles, the streets filled with people. The speed of the carriage slowed down, moving at the speed of a turtle. Even when the people on the streets saw the luxurious carriage, they didn't have any intentions of moving aside. Zhang Huai felt his head hurt, forcing out a smile. It will be fine after a few days. My officials are already thinking of a way. They are preparing to set the rules to split left and right. At that time, it won't be so congested. Kong Rui didn't think much of it. It was normal in the imperial capital. However, when the nobles went out, they would avoid them and not dare to stop them. This Gantian Mountain didn't seem to have such rules. The people here didn't seem to have much fear of the rich and powerful. Along the way, in a short 1 mile, they had already seen 30 grade 6 cultivators. There were also 1 or 2 grade 7 experts. They all held weapons in their hands. Many of them looked fierce, like they were about to pull out their blades and kill people if they didn't like them. There were many soldiers patrolling on the streets, all of them covered in strong armor. Their hands pressed on their swords, their eyes opened wide, filled with killing intent. The martial wind here is really strong. When he said this, Kong Rui added another sentence in his heart. The people were really strong, close to barbaric. However, before this, he was prejudiced and didn't like this Gantian Mountain at all. At this moment, after experiencing the energy viewing matter, he was more wary and wasn't willing to make a decision. There were 2 sides to the matter. The martial wind was really strong and tough to control. However, if they stood up and Gantian Mountain gave an order, they would instantly have 1,000,000 elite troops. Zhang Huai smiled and didn't mind. When he first came to Gantian Mountain, he also felt that the people here were a little too strong. That day when the Shui family changed, half of the people on the streets had already picked up their weapons and were ready to kill the Shui family people. Following which, Kong Rui asked, I see that Gantian Mountain doesn't restrict weapons. There are hundreds of dojos. Isn't Gantian Mountain afraid of chaos? This ruler didn't want to ban weapons in the past. He said that the people rebelled because they couldn't afford to live. So what if weapons were banned? If the country was clean and the people were safe, then even if people had bad intentions, no one would follow. I have a clear conscience, so why would I fear the people? However, half a year ago, ruler felt that there were no less than 100 fights every day with many casualties. Thus, he changed his mind and wanted to collect all the weapons. Unfortunately, in the end, nothing happened. Kong Rui didn't understand. He knew about Zhong Shou's prestige in Gantian Mountain. From the words of the people he came into contact with, he could tell. What did this person want to do in Donglin? Was there anything he couldn't do? Collecting weapons and armor was a benevolent policy. Wasn't that sentence? The people rebelled because they couldn't afford to live. So what if weapons were banned? If the country was clean and the people were safe, then even if people had bad intentions, no one would follow. This shocked him. To be able to say such words, how could he be so ignorant? Chapter 631. Zhang Huai shook his head like he couldn't help but laugh. Those weapon and armor merchants are all in a mess. Almost half of the senators in the Senate were supported by them. The important thing is that Argantian mountain people themselves aren't willing. After several failed attempts, the ruler could only give up. Thinking about it, he added, now in Gantian Mountain City, the largest weapon shop is under the ruler's name in Kong Rue's chest. He was originally filled with emotions. Instantly, it was like a bucket of cold water being poured over him, disappearing without a trace. So the one who benefited the most from this weapon business was the ruler, even if he wasn't willing to think about it. He couldn't help but guess that this Gantian mountain monster king wasn't going with the flow? Could it be that he was just putting on an act when he proposed to ban weapons? Taking in a deep breath, Kong Rue tried his best to calm himself down. A few days ago when I came to Rainbow City, I coincidentally saw the coachmen in the city going on strike. There was such a matter? Zhang Huai was slightly shocked, following which he smiled bitterly. Sorry for making you laugh. This matter is normal in our Gantian mountain. Kong Rue frowned slightly. Was this person really used to it? These commoners are ignorant and don't know logic, only looking at what is in front of them. Even if you give them a mountain of gold and an ocean of silver, they won't be satisfied and won't know how to restrain themselves. There is a saying that people without manners will cause chaos, those who don't know manners will go against them. Gantian Mountain just allows them to do whatever they want? Don't they know that if they ask for too much, what money can those employers earn? If this goes on, who would go into business? This, Zhang Huai's brows furrowed. Why did he feel that Kong Rue's words were filled with grievances? It was like he was really unhappy. What was going on? Hesitating for a moment, he still said patiently, Zhang Huai came to Gantian Mountain for just a month. Minister Ren also mentioned this matter to the ruler. I heard that the ruler said that then what is the use of having a cabinet? As a ruler, you should have the responsibility to adjust yin and yang and balance the economy. However, Kong Rue snorted coldly and did not let it go. This was clearly pushing the wrong person. Following which he heard Zhang Huai say, ruler also said that everything in the world has its own cycle. There were some things that needed to be smoothed out. There was no one to do business and no one to do work. After several times, these people knew the truth and naturally would not go overboard. And if they felt that the wages were suitable and that there were profits to be made, there would naturally be people who would continue to run the business. There was no need to care too much. He would not interfere. All misfortunes and blessings are brought about by oneself. Kong Rue immediately let out an there was such a saying? Even if Gantian Mountain declined, he didn't care? Zhang Huai smiled and said, actually, I have a different opinion on this matter. The higher the labor cost, the higher the daily expenses, the more the merchants could earn. This is why our Gantian commerce is far more prosperous than other countries. Naturally, everything has to be done perfectly. Kong Rue's brows were tightly furrowed. Why did even this person say that? The saints said that there was a fixed amount of wealth in the world. What kind of narrow-minded logic was Zhang Huai talking about? Zhang Huai didn't say anything else, but there was a worried look on his face. What Kong Rue saw was just the tip of the iceberg. He thought that it was all like that within Gantian Mountain. Actually, such a situation was only limited to the few cities directly under Gantian Mountain. These few places were filled with people who were brave and had relatives in the army. This was why those people didn't dare to forcefully force them. Elsewhere, however, everything was calm and peaceful. Even if there were, they were suppressed. It was said that there were many casualties, but it was kept really well hidden. Even some of the discussion groups joined in. Even when the Saint Emperor ruled, there were such things that one couldn't bear to hear about. When the carriage arrived at the foot of Gantian Mountain, Kong Rue heard a Buddhist chant that entered his ears. Thinking back to when he was outside the city, he could roughly hear it. Kong Rue couldn't help but look towards Zhang Huai. The latter smiled. It isn't a secret. Not long ago, the ruler obtained an Avici throne. He felt that the souls of the 6 country descendants, who were forcefully locked up, were really pitiful. He asked the 10,000 Buddha vast habitat to invite the monks over. It was said that it would take a full 49 days. Kong Rui was enlightened, following which his eyes lit up. That's right, that must be the case. It must be because of the Buddhist ritual that there would be such a phenomenon. He was really making a fuss out of nothing. It seemed like after his injuries healed, he needed to use the 1 King divination money to take a closer look. He thought back to how in just a moment he would be able to see Kong Yao. His eyes lost focus once more. Apart from the thick kinship in his heart, he actually felt a little nervous. In the next moment, he saw a petite and extremely familiar person standing beside the stone path at the foot of the mountain. She was looking over, her clear eyes were filled with joy. It was Yao. Kong Rui got up from the carriage. At this moment, he felt really happy. However, after a moment, his hands trembled slightly. Like he didn't recognize her anymore, he looked right at Kong Yao's face. The fracture mark that only top-level arcane masters could see between his eyebrows was no longer there. No. It should have been a little earlier, there was still a rumbling gray aura. However, it wasn't like before when her life was totally cut off. Between the broken marks, there were already many thin marks. Why did her life suddenly change? It seemed like as long as she passed this hurdle and broke this killing calamity, she would be able to solve it. Her life would be smooth and unobstructed. There was also this aura. The white light hidden within was becoming thicker and thicker. It was like a tiger had grown wings and lost all restraint. Her face gave off a jade glow like she was being supported by a noble. She was just waiting to fly into the sky and break out of her fate. At that moment, she would definitely be the center of attention of the world. Kong Rui couldn't help but feel really confused. There was obviously someone who shared the burden of Kong Yao's death calamity. Who was it to actually leave such a chance for her to live? Within the room, Zhong Shou was currently in a giant hole. He didn't know that Kong Rui had arrived and didn't bother about those monks who were doing their rituals. The hole was 800 feet deep, the 4 walls and below. They were all made from a layer of black mystic steel that was 400 feet thick, refined from black mystic iron. 10 kilograms of black iron, only 1 kilogram of black steel was produced. Along with the ocean-patterned cinnabar, the material was grade 7. These things that were supposed to be used on the spaceship were all used by him. And in this deep pit, there were countless black mysterious steel sand. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the so-called steel grains were all clearly defined. There were at least 5 to 6 extremely sharp protrusions. Zhong Shou was in this deep hole, using the chaotic splitting wind fist over and over again. Before he reached Xiantian, he trained his body underwater. Only then could he build up a strong foundation and break through the human barrier of the barriers from heaven. In his last life, to break through the last layer of the heaven barrier. Zhong Shou had considered various body training techniques. In the end, he chose to directly copy them, which was such a dumb method. However, at that time, he didn't expect that he would have such conditions. He only planned to use normal sand and stones to train his body in the desert. At this moment, he changed to this black steel sand. Although it was harder to train his body, the effects were more obvious. Punching out randomly, within Zhong Shou's hole, the weight of the sand and stones wasn't much. However, he only felt that when his body danced, a heavy and sluggish force wrapped around his body, making him feel helpless and unable to move. Luckily, after each punch, the surrounding would become looser and his punches would become more relaxed. However, it also caused astral winds to dance, and those towering iron sand unceasingly revolved around him. They forcefully broke the body protecting energy that spread out from his body and then slashed many bloody wounds on his body. His muscles, bones, and skin could even go up against a grade 7 spiritual weapon. However, under the intense rolling and friction of the sand and stones, in just a moment, he was covered in blood. Zhong-shou frowned, but he still persisted. It caused the iron sand in the deep pit to swirl like a tornado. A full 15 minutes later, he flew out of the hole and fell to the side powerlessly. At this moment, his body was in a bad state. There wasn't a single piece of good meat on his body. However, he was still smiling. It had been a long time since he was like this. He felt that he couldn't take it anymore. On the contrary, the energy and meridians in his body were in conflict. Training his body like this consumed a lot of energy. Refining one's body in this sand pit was really not an ordinary kind of hardship. However, he punched out fiercely, only to see that in the air there were actually waves of energy ripples. It spread to the roof and the stone slabs on the ground, causing numerous pieces of stone to fly up. This fist, he didn't use much strength or true chi. He punched out. Just relying on the speed of the fist to break the wind, it caused such a huge commotion. Using the Book of Ian as well as the mind stones that he extorted, Zhong-shou pretty much did this every day. His physical body was strengthening at a visible rate. However, the most obvious benefit was the speed. When he punched out, it was a full 30% faster than before. He felt that the 10 heaven veins that had merged into his body before had been totally tamed. In a few more days, he would be able to complete the merger of the 6th meridian and charge for grade 9 realm to become a spiritual grandmaster. First, Zhong-shou used energy to push away the iron sand that was embedded in his body. Then, he reached out with his hand and took out a pill from his heaven and earth bag, swallowing it into his mouth. Following which, he took out some spiritual liquid and rubbed it on the wounds on his body. These wounds looked like his flesh and blood had been ripped open. However, they were just skin wounds and didn't hurt his bones and tendons. After consuming the medicine, in just a few dozen breaths, those wounds were swiftly healing. In a few more breaths, the blood scabs fell off. Zhong-shou's skin was still clean and tender, there weren't any scars at all. Zhong-shou sighed. This was the bad thing about fox race males. Their skin was too good and they weren't manly at all. However, that wasn't right. His father was really domineering. Following which he felt a wave of worry. He didn't have much medicine left in his heaven and earth bag. It wasn't that he didn't have any place to find it. Pill Fountain Sect could provide as much as he wanted. However, he was embarrassingly short of money and didn't have the money to buy it. Chapter 632. Sighing, Zhong-shou was thinking about whether he should go to Xianyuan Iran to get it. He was really living off a woman, however, when he was really helpless, he could only do that. At this moment, he was probably going to be laughed at by Zhao Yanran. At this moment, the mind stones that he extorted were pretty much used up. Although he had close to 300 left, he still needed to leave some for other uses. He decided to keep the Book of Ian. Once his true chi recovered, he jumped into the sand hole and sunk to the bottom. At this moment, he noticed that he was about to break through. The Kong Rui matter had long been forgotten by him. He cultivated for dozens of days and didn't stop at all. Apart from occasionally stopping to rest, he spent close to 20 hours a day in the sand hole. On the 17th day, the 2 heaven veins that he had prepared were forcefully merged into his chakra meridians. On the 46th day, the last healing pill in the bag was swallowed by Zhong-shou. This time, the body tempering could only stop here. At this moment, his skin was still jade-like. However, if one looked closely, one would see a layer of mysterious light outside of his skin. Zhong-shou first tried to use a grade 7 spiritual weapon to stab into his palm. However, before it touched his skin, it was blocked by an extremely strong energy. He felt that he was unable to use strength, the sword uncontrollably sliding to the side. He couldn't help but be startled. What he wanted to train was the physical body, so how did his body protecting energy become so strong? After pondering for a moment, he understood what was going on. It was most probably due to the black steel sand rubbing against him every day. Unknowingly, it had become so strong. After thinking about it, Zhong Shou laughed. He switched to a spirit weapon of the 8th step and fiercely stabbed at his arm. He felt that his hand was blocked by a strong power. When he finally broke it open, he didn't have enough strength. It only stabbed into his skin for roughly 2 inches before it was clamped down by his muscles and couldn't go any further. He used close to 40% of his strength for this strike. However, the result was better than expected. If he continued to temper himself like this, he estimated that he would only need 4 or 5 years to reach the 9th grade without being damaged. At that time, he could start to break through that heavenly barrier. If he had the help of treasures, it wasn't impossible for him to step into the spirit realm before the spiritual wave. As Tan Qiu, he was unable to fulfill his regrets. But in this life, he should be able to fulfill them. Zhong Shou's chest was filled with pride. He suddenly waved his right fist, and a strong gust of wind immediately surged, forcing the surrounding area to disperse. Following which, the spiritual formation in the room gave out a series of explosions. The 4 pillars also collapsed with a loud boom. Zhong Shou was stunned. Of course, he understood. The spiritual array in the room had been stimulated by the vast and mighty spiritual energy that was stirred up when he practiced his fists at the bottom of the pit every day. It was already unable to bear the burden. His fist was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Originally, this quiet room could still be used if it was repaired. However, this place was totally destroyed and he could only rebuild it. If it was in the past, Zhong Shou wouldn't care if he rebuilt it 8 to 10 times. However, the important thing was that he had no money now. Stunned for a moment, Zhong Shou rubbed his brow with a headache. Did he still have to head to the wilderness to cultivate in the future? Just as he was thinking about this, he saw a few spiritual lights charge in from outside the ruins. They should have flown here long ago, but due to the spiritual formation blocking them, they stopped outside. At this moment, the room collapsed, so these talismans naturally flew toward him. Zhong Shou grabbed them in his hand, his eyes slightly closed. A moment later, he opened his eyes filled with a sharp glow. As expected, there was a problem with this Huizhou Island matter, and it was a huge problem. Then, he thought back to Kong Yao. This matter was caused by her, maybe this girl knew something. There wasn't much hope, but he still had to ask. Gantian Mountain Peak, within an elegant building. Kong Rui was sitting in front of his daughter, peacefully sipping his tea. Opposite him, apart from Kong Yao, there was a beautiful girl who wasn't any weaker than his Yao. However, most of the time this girl was sleepy. A few days ago, she tried her best to accompany him, but then she spent most of the time lying on Kong Yao's legs like she was sleeping. He had already been in Gantian Mountain for 40 days. After the initial discomfort, he only used 3 days. Although this Gantian Mountain was 10 times smaller than the imperial capital, it was still a huge city. However, it was still a well-deserved great city. Everything that the Great Shang dynasty had was present here. What the Taishang didn't have, this place had. The city was obviously cleaner. Walking on the streets didn't have that pungent smell. Although the people were brave, they were also really simple. He pretty much totally loved the life here. He didn't need to fight with others and didn't need to worry about his race brothers. The only regret was that he wasn't able to personally see the Gantian Mountain Monster King. He said that he was in secluded meditation for 7 days, but till today, he still hadn't come out. However, to people who were focused on cultivation, this was a normal thing and wasn't something to be surprised about. He finally understood why Gantian Mountain had such a system. Zhong Shou didn't bother about anything, spending the entire day in Hanyan Palace and not dealing with court matters. However, these country matters were still handled in an orderly manner, there was no chaos at all. However, after giving up such power, there weren't any officials who could cover the sky with one hand. The cabinet had power, but the politics were split between a few people, and there were also people who restricted them. Was this meeting system a check and balance? Kong Rui was silently thinking about it. This seemingly preposterous plan had deep meaning, that Monster King should also be an extremely intelligent person. His thoughts in the past were really biased. When he came to Gantian Mountain, the first thing he wanted to do was meet Zhongsho. After he found out that his daughter was showing signs of solving the crisis, he wasn't anxious anymore. However, after staying in Gantian Mountain for so long, the sense of urgency in his heart slowly rose up. He wanted to see whether or not this person was the Saint King of the world. Was he the person who broke Yao Er's life chart death situation? Looking closely at Kong Yao, her aura became sharper and sharper. She seemed to have gotten used to the leisurely days in Hanyan Palace. Her face was really calm and leisurely. However, in his eyes, the current Kong Yao was like an unsheathed sword, like a star that was ready to charge into the sky at any moment. In the center of her forehead, purple energy and black energy gathered, making one unable to not pay attention to it. The broken mark between her brows was as red as blood. Kong Yao felt slightly weird, touching her face. Is there anything weird about my face? Kong Rui came back to his senses, following which he broke into a smile and shook his head. When will ruler come out of seclusion? Chapter 633. How would I know about this? She could hear the anxiousness and impatience in his eyes. Kong Yao didn't understand and also felt helpless. She didn't have much contact with Zhongsho. In name, she was his wife, but most of the time, she ignored him. Moreover, people couldn't disturb him when he was cultivating, so she could only let him do what he wanted. Sister Ruoxue said that it would take 3 days. I think he won't be in seclusion for long. In a few more days, he will come out. Hearing Kong Yao's explanation, Kong Rui's brow furrowed. He looked closely at Kong Yao. Her eyes were closed, but her yin energy was still firm. His daughter was still a virgin. What was going on? Didn't they say that the Gantian mountain ruler was lustful? Why was it not only Kong Yao in front of him? Why didn't the Monster King even touch Ruoxue? Cats didn't eat fish, how weird. Logically speaking, Zhongsho should be drooling over Kong Yao's beauty. But why was he still able to hold himself back from having sex until now? Just as he was thinking about this, a golden light sped into the building. Then, a yellow-haired mutt chased after him and jumped into the pavilion. It smashed all around, causing the building to be in a mess. In the end, it stepped on the table, smashing all the teacups and snacks into a mess. This bastard! Kong Rui was furious. Caught off guard, the table in front of him was flipped. Although he had energy protecting his body and wasn't splashed by the tea, he was still in a bad state. What made him annoyed was that the casual and elegant mood of drinking tea was totally gone. He casually cast a spell and fixed the dog on the spot. Kong Rui felt weird. It was said that these two things were Zhongsho's protector beasts. The golden spiritual pet that seemed to be in the shape of a human was still fine. But why was he able to accept such an unremarkable puppy? Shiori seemed to know that it wasn't good, but he wasn't worried. Recently, he and Little Gold had been rampaging around the Hanyan Palace and had caused quite a number of troubles. However, the mistress of this place always gave him a light scolding. Howling, Shiori glanced at the people in the pavilion innocently. When he looked at Kong Rui, his eyes were filled with deep meaning. Just as it was about to struggle free, Kong Yao sighed softly and held it in her arms to comfort it. He took out a small bottle of blue crystal liquid and placed it next to the dog's mouth to feed it. The Qilin was born by eating qi. It didn't consume the mortal world's smoke, fire, or blood. However, this bottle was filled with dew that couldn't be any purer than the dew she collected every morning. mixed with some spiritual medicines. It was sweet and delicious. It was something that Xianyuan Iran matched, and Xiari loved it the most. Kong Rui shook his head for a while. It's just a spiritual pet. Why do you have to do this? She felt that the few women in the palace spoiled this dog called Xiari too much. In terms of cuteness, this little fellow was actually quite ugly. There was nothing about it that could make people like it. Moreover, it was really playful and bold. When Kong Yao heard this, she broke out into a laugh. Her father actually had times when he made a mistake. This was a pure-blooded Qilin, a top god beast. How could he not raise it and spoil it? This fellow might look like this, but its strength had reached spirit realm long ago. However, Zhong Shou didn't want it to use its strength too early and had been suppressing it. Just now, this fellow was just unwilling to argue with Kong Rui. Hugging it in her arms, Kong Yao scratched Xiari's chin, causing this fellow to moan comfortably. It stayed in her arms obediently, even ignoring Goldie, who was flying in the air and constantly provoking it. Tranquility was restored in the pavilion. However, moments later, a clear laugh spread out from within. Concubine Yao, your husband is here. Aren't you going to serve me? Kong Yao was startled. After a short while, she came back to her senses. It was Zhong Shou's voice. Then, the snow surface instantly turned red. She felt slightly dizzy. Why did it have to be at this time? Kong Rui raised his eyebrows, roughly guessing who this person was. His brows froze, his expression solemn. His hand instinctively took the few when king divination coins from his heaven and earth bag. Then, he felt awkward. Was it inappropriate for him to stay here? However, when he saw the Gantian mountain monster king that he had been waiting for enter the pavilion, he was surprised once more. He was really young. Legend had it that Zhong Shou broke through to grade 7 at 16, not getting old at all. Today, he wasn't even 18. He looked really handsome. However, what he wore wasn't casual clothing but full body armor. The blood-red armor looked really simple, but it contained a sharp energy that normal people couldn't get, as well as a little vicious. At this moment, Zhong Shou also noticed that the situation wasn't right. He looked at the middle-aged man and with just one look he knew that he was Kong Yao's father. Their brows were at least 30% similar. He couldn't help but cry out in his heart. When there was no one around, he could joke around with Kong Yao. However, he didn't expect to bump into Kong Rui. Saying such words at such a time was really ruining her reputation. His expression was still really calm. Anyways, Kong Yao's reputation was pretty much ruined by him, so it didn't matter if he did it once more. In his heart, he pitied this girl. She was really harmed by him such that she wouldn't be able to marry in the future. So Concubine Yao's father is here. Country father-in-law, Zhong Shou greets you. After he said this, he saw that the pavilion was deathly silent. Zhong Shou didn't feel awkward, waving his hand shamelessly to tell Kong Rui, who was about to bow and leave, not to bother. Then, he looked at Kong Yao's murderous gaze and giggled. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Zhong Shou hasn't reached the stage where I would do such things in broad daylight. I just want to ask Concubine Yao what is going on with Huizhou Island? Kong Yao took in a deep breath, calming down the unhappiness in her chest. She could also hear the seriousness in Zhong Shou's tone. Kong Yao frowned and thought about it seriously. Then, she shook her head. As for the specific situation, I don't know. However, during these few years, our Taishang has increased troops, and we have close to 200,000. Roughly a year ago, the Privy Court wanted to increase troop. A few Privy Ministers and the Grand Commandant argued, and in the end, there was no conclusion. Only then did they want to find someone to take over. Coincidentally, at that time, Gantian Mountain had already risen up. At this moment, she had no connection with Taishang. Even her father was in Gantian, which was why she said everything she knew. In just a few sentences, she pointed out the situation. Kong Yao hesitated for a moment. His Majesty ordered me to head over to Gantian because he has bad intentions and wants to push the blame onto others. Zhong Shou's brows rose up and then he laughed. As expected, that was the case. No wonder the Taishang would be so generous. Before the new year, when Kong Yao met him, she promised to provide so many resources. No wonder Dowling Vast Habitat would be so generous. To give up a few stone mines. He had read in the history books that Kong Yao was a famous jinx since she was young. As expected, the calamity came and they couldn't avoid it. Huizhou was the first to be affected. Then, there was a 99% chance that the Night Demon race would target Donglin Cloud Continent, which only had 50 provinces of land. It was obvious that it was dangerous there, but they had to go. They had to take up this task. If the Great Shang Emperor was more vicious and removed all the troops stationed there, the outcome would be unimaginable. Standing on the spot, Zhong Shou was in deep thought, his brows furrowed into a single line. On the other side, Kong Rui's expression changed. The 6 Wen King divination coins in his hand were trembling non-stop. They were going all out to try to break free from his control. However, at this moment, his mind wasn't here. His mind was totally blank. The teen in front of him was the one who shared the burden of his daughter's death. Without needing the Wen King divination coins to see, one would know that the broken mark between Zhong Shou's brows was a little black and gray. A calamity was about to descend. However, Zhong Shou's aura was really bright and filled with an aura. It was also really pure, such that one couldn't raise any random thoughts. Each of his actions affected the earth energy here. He gathered the thoughts of millions of people, but his aura was still really pure and flawless. The Confucians called themselves the 3 emperors of the Cloud Desolate era. If there was anything that they weren't satisfied with, they would talk about the ancient saint emperors to persuade them. However, the person who could compare to those few saint emperors was standing here. He was seen as a barbaric and preposterous by the central continent Confucians. While he was distracted, Kong Rui forgot to control the divination coins in his hand. However, these 6 knife coins seemed to have used up all their strength. After breaking free, there was a soft clang as they all fell onto the floor. Zhong Shou was also awakened by the sound, walking over. After taking a look, his brows furrowed. This is the Wen King divination coin? Kong Rui's heart sank. This Zhong Shou could actually recognize this treasure? In the next moment, he heard Zhong Shou laugh. Is this divination really dangerous? He was curious about divination in his last life and read many books. He didn't study it deeply, but he could see a thing or two from this divination. Kong Rui silently looked at the floor below, judging the position of the 6 knife coins. It was indeed really dangerous. However, there was a saying in the books, if one isn't a bandit, it won't be good for a gentleman's chastity. It also said, if one is lucky, small will lead to big. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Although this divination was filled with killing intent, it also had some auspicious signs. He wanted to see how Zhong Shou was going to deal with it. It was connected to his daughter's calamity. However, he felt that the person in front of him didn't care at all. There was no fear at all. Instead, his sharp aura became even sharper. Like even if it was a calamity that he was going to die, he was going to try and break it. Following which, he looked at Kong Yao in confusion. The purple energy became thicker and the black energy continued to gather. He looked out of the window, only to see that the Alcade star was shining brightly in the sky. Even though the sun was high up in the sky, it couldn't hide its radiance, making it visible on the horizon. It resonated with Kong Yao. At that instant, Kong Ruiji felt his heart tighten. Chapter 634. The copper coin was still vibrating slightly, like it was about to jump up and fly into Zhong Shou's hands. Zhong Shou found it weird. Why did this thing seem like it wanted to recognize him as its master? What was the reason? Although these Wen King divination coins were god artifacts, the use of this item, shaking his head, Zhong Shou laughed. Unfortunately, I am not good at divination. In my hands it is like casting pearls before swine. It can only be placed in the treasury to collect dust. The moment he said those words, the few coins calmed down. Sure enough, it calmed down and lay quietly on the floor. Following which, Zhong Shou looked at Kong Rue in shock. To be able to control these coins, even if it was just a rough use. This person's ability was not bad. It was said that this person's divination skills were only below that of Zhenren Zhongshuan. It was probably true. I heard that country father in arms was the imperial astronomer during the Taishang dynasty? Kong Rue was stunned and couldn't react. Zhong Shou's expression slowly turned serious. It is a waste for a talent like country father in arms to be left idle. Are you willing to be the imperial astronomer in my dynasty? Imperial astronomer? Kong Rue thought back to a few months ago when he was removed from the imperial astronomer position. He had already decided that he would be a wild crane for the rest of his life and wouldn't be an official anymore. However, at this moment, his heart was totally different. Looking carefully at Kong Yao and then at Zhong Shou, he bowed. I dare not to accept your orders? However, ruler's trip will be dangerous, so please be careful. Zhong Shou laughed, flipping his hand and tossing a set of silver armor and a spiritual sword to Kong Yao. The armor was the refined silver snow pattern armor. The sword was a grade 2 magical sword that Zhong Shou had specially ordered from Kongqi sect half a year ago. He was too lazy to name it, directly calling it Alcade. Kong Yao caught it in her hands, but she was totally stunned. The refined silver snow-patterned armor was hers, but she was returning it to its rightful owner. She didn't know why, but this sword also made her happy. It could be seen that the value of this sword was extraordinary. But why did Zhong Shou give her these things? She thought that she would rarely have the chance to come into contact with armors in her life. Huizhou Island might be in trouble this time, so I need to go personally. At this point, the corners of Zhong Shou's lips curled up coldly. What happened this time was really upsetting. However, he quickly came back to his senses. You can come with me, Kong Yao exclaimed and looked at Zhong Shou in disbelief. She still looked hesitant. However, Zhong Shou immediately added with a smile, this disaster was also caused by you, Consort Yao. Could it be that you want to stay out of it? If anything happens, I'll use you as a shield. He spent so much effort and used so many methods to get Kong Yao from Taishang. It wasn't because he wanted to raise this future top commander in his palace. Kong Yao's brow furrowed, she was furious. Okay, let's go. She cleanly draped the silver armor over her body and kept the sword. The casual aura that she had developed over a year was totally gone. She looked valiant, her hands pressing down on her waist, her armor clean. She returned back to the sharp female general half a year ago. Kong Rue, who was at the side, was enlightened. So that was the case, to be valued by a wise ruler. No wonder she was like a bright pearl that soared into the heavens and couldn't be stopped. This was the reason why this monster king wanted him to come to Gantian. However, he didn't feel any rage in his heart. To be valued by such a person, he should feel honored. Then, he looked at the few copper coins on the floor. Before this, he could only sense that there was good luck hidden within the calamity, but now he saw some clues. So he didn't calculate wrongly. Army breaking army descending onto the world, responding to the stars. Yao might not be a top general talent, but her name would spread in the army and she would be able to kill. At this moment, if it wasn't for him being worried about losing face in front of the ruler, he would have laughed. Kong Rue really wanted to laugh out loud. He wasn't wrong, the one who was wrong was Zhongshuan. It was brother. It was His Majesty. He actually won a round against Zhongshuan, who was said to be unparalleled in divination. He said that he had to rush over to Huizhou Island to take charge, but he couldn't just go there. He needed to gather troops and prepare grain as well as various equipment on the cloud ship. For some reason, Renbo paid more and more attention to Zhang Huai. He entrusted most of these matters to Zhang Huai. The latter wasn't courteous and handled everything in an orderly manner. In a few days, the resources prepared for hundreds of thousands of troops were piled up at the few ports near Rainbow City. As for the movement of troops, the newly built Ministry of War and Chiu Wei were in charge, so they didn't need to worry too much. Zhong Shou was bored these few days, so he ran over to his Chongjing Hall to look at the Cloud World monks purifying the Avicii throne. Originally, when the Avicii throne was at its peak, the highest realm of these monks was grade 9. No matter what, they wouldn't be able to save the vengeful spirits of the 6 countries. However, at this moment, their essence energy was greatly damaged and they hadn't recovered yet, so it was much easier. However, these monks also used 2 very impressive Buddhist artifacts. One was a reincarnation disc with 49 relics carved into it, filled with the rebirth scripture. The other was a 9-story Buddhist banner. At the top was actually a jade-made skeleton, which surprised Zhong Shou. As the ruler of a country, no matter how free he was, he didn't have the time to look at the monks. He sat here because he was measuring the stature of a gentleman with his own yardstick. He wanted to defend against these monks, which was why he did something to the chair. The 49 days of the ceremony had already reached the last few days. Most of the vengeful spirits had been purified and sent into the netherworld world. The remaining souls were the most stubborn and the most unredeemable souls. They were all really strong. The few monks in the hall were covered in cold sweat. They seemed to have used up all their strength, but they were still holding on. The Sanskrit chants became louder and louder, shocking one's heart. The 2 Buddhist treasures appeared once more. It seemed like the Buddhists really valued Zhao Yanran. However, at this moment, Zhao Yanran's face was ashen white as she sat on the other side. There were 100 feet between them. You Zhong Shou are not bad. This time you got hold of Zhao Yanran and sold her for a good price. Zhong Shou didn't care, laughing heartlessly. Did that monk in Jingyin convince you to become a nun? You are about to become a Buddha, congratulations. Zhao Yanran was furious. She was originally planning to use the seed cauldron technique to fool Jingyin in case this girl came to bother her every day. In the end, Zhong Shou kicked the ball back. Not only did her shield not work, but this fellow even got the benefits for no reason. You are the nun. If you want to become a Buddha, why don't you go yourself? When Jingyin heard that, she instantly shook her head. Sister Yanran, there is nothing bad about being a nun. Zhao Yanran was furious while Zhong Shou couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, the monks in the hall all frowned and looked over in annoyance. Only then did they realize that this was still the expiation temple. He stopped himself and said sincerely, "This is a rare chance, Yanran, you should consider it carefully. If you are worried that the sect will blame you, I can help you. In the future, if you can become a Buddha, all of us will be able to benefit. If there is anything, I will rely on you." Zhao Yanran scoffed coldly. "If one day I have such achievements, the first thing I will do is to capture you and cut off your little monk hair." Jingyin didn't understand and said at a loss, "What is a little monk? Why do I have to cut it?" The moment she said that, Xian Yunlan, who was sitting at the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xian Yuan-Iran's face flushed red. Thinking back to that night, she felt her body go weak. This little monk was good, but he was a little too fierce. Zhong Shou's lips curled up. In the end he didn't dare to tease her. If this continued, if this Zhao Yanran got angry from embarrassment and entered the Buddhist faction, if she really cut off his little monk, then it wouldn't be pretty. At this moment, he was still hoping for this thing to dual cultivate. At this moment, the Sanskrit voice suddenly changed. At the start, it was a gentle warning. At this moment, it was really firm and strict. Each word that was spat out was like a heavy hammer, totally not as gentle as before. Along with the tens of monks chanting, the blood light on the Avicii throne slowly became thinner and thinner, dissipating bit by bit. After 30 minutes passed, the blood light and Yin power on the throne condensed into a dot at the center of the throne. The Buddhist voice also didn't dissipate. However, within the hall, an image slowly formed. One had to raise one's head to be able to see it. It was 100 feet tall giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. Although its body was covered in a layer of peaceful golden light, it couldn't hide how vicious and fierce it was. Dharma projection? Zhong Shou took a look and knew that it was the projection of a protector Vajra. It was formed by these monks using a formation. It looks like a ghost, how terrifying. Just as he commented, Jingyin said, "Our Buddhist faction can save people from suffering. We also have furious Vajras, protector Rakshasa." Zhong Shou smiled and didn't say a word. He saw a golden light gathering on one of the arms of the Vajra projection. It was like the shape of a spear. Along with the chanting of the monks, the golden light became brighter and brighter. The sharpness caused Zhong Shou to feel shocked. After waiting for an hour, the Vajra Dharma started to slowly dissipate. However, just as it was about to totally disappear, the golden spear suddenly stabbed out, right at the point where the blood light and Yin power were the most concentrated. In the next moment there was an explosion within the hall. Large amounts of Yin power spread out and the entire roof was flipped over. Zhong Shou temporarily didn't bother about it. This was the second building in the Hanyan Palace that was destroyed in a few days. His body flashed and he was beside the Avicii throne. Luckily it was fine. Just now, he thought that the spear had totally destroyed the throne. Who knew that this item was so sturdy and was totally undamaged? Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhong Shou's eyes lit up with joy. The vengeful power within the Avicii throne should have been wiped out. At least at this moment, he couldn't find it. Chapter 635. Those Yin souls and vengeful energy were usually hidden in the depths of the Avicii throne. However, under the chanting, they had nowhere to hide. At this moment, Zhong Shou used his spiritual sense to search and used several secret techniques. However, he didn't see any signs of it. Only then did he relax. However, the current Avicii throne gave one a feeling of emptiness. There was also a strong suction force that spread out in all directions. Zhong Shou frowned slightly, releasing his spiritual sense to sense around. He only felt that numerous Yin souls were being attracted over from outside of Gantian Mountain City. However, when most of them got close to Gantian Mountain City, their souls were smashed by a vast yang power. Some of the more rational ones didn't get close. However, they were still outside of Gantian Mountain City and didn't dare to leave. As expected, this item was an evil artifact. This Avicii throne needed to capture Yin slaves to be able to fight against it. This item also had a certain attraction to vengeful spirits and vengeful spirit. Although the Yin slaves weren't free within, they could use the throne to nurture their bodies and weren't afraid of dying. Zhong Shou shook his head and then looked towards the evil spirit moat in the distance. Just nice. A few days later, he was prepared to clean up this evil land left from the ancient times. Today, he would deal with it all at once. A thread of spiritual sense reached in and controlled the Avicii throne to gather the suction force at one spot. Following which, he waved in the direction tens of miles away. In an instant, a few roars could be heard. Many Yin flood dragons that were 1,000 feet long were sucked out from the evil spirit moat. At the start, they didn't know why and were struggling. Moments later, they could feel the presence of the Avicii throne. They stopped for a moment in the air and carefully discerned the aura. There was a loud roar that shook the sky. Their bodies charged 30,000 feet up in the blazing sun and then plunged down. They charged down towards the peak of Gantian Mountain. There were actually 50 to 60 of them, giving off a shocking aura. Luckily, they didn't hurt anyone and just charged towards the Avicii throne. One by one, they merged into it and disappeared without a trace. The Avicii throne shone brightly once more. Zhong Shou analyzed carefully. There were about 62 flood dragons suppressed under the throne, and they were all above the 9th rank. At this moment, there were still many flood dragon evil spirits in the evil spirit ravine. They flew up one after another, wanting to throw themselves over. Zhong Shou, however, was already disdainful. Only those that were of better quality and had a chance of becoming dragons were brought over. As for the rest, he used the city-protecting spirit array to block it, and then used the Emperor Wind technique to draw the Emperor Dao energy to break through it. There were also some who were blind and didn't know what was good for them. They directly swung their swords and slashed at the sky. Completely destroy those flood dragons. The eyes of those monks also shone brightly. He was still sitting cross-legged in the rubble of the Chongjing Hall and continued to recite the scripture. The sound of Sanskrit spread out like a layer of golden ripples. Around Gantian Mountain, pretty much all the evil beings that came into contact with it all retreated. If they couldn't avoid it, they would perish on the spot. After a full hour, this unforeseen event finally came to an end. The sky near Gantian Mountain regained its silence. Zhong Shou smiled and knew that the matter was settled. 62 grade 9 flood dragons might not be comparable to the 6 country emperors that were sacrificed, but they were comparable to 100 to 200,000 elite troops. Suppressing them here, using the spiritual formation of Gantian Mountain, even if there were 3 to 5 times this number of troops, they could still block them. They could lock down the fate of a country and wouldn't make the same mistake where the Shui family could easily control Gantian Mountain. Since the throne matter was settled, Zhong Shou thanked Zifang. Today I really have to thank the master and the monks for your help. Although we have an agreement, it is hard for me to express my gratitude. How about this, within 3 years, 10,000 Buddha vast habitat can let the Buddhist sects build 10 temples in Donglin Cloud Continent. My Gantian Mountain will also give 13,000 credentials. Zifang's lips twitched when he heard that, thinking to himself that this monster king wasn't just a normal generous person. Rewarding Buddhist temples and actually needing him to fork out money to build them, how generous, however, he was delighted in his heart. Roughly 6,000 years ago, the Buddhist sect was prosperous in the cloud world. It was said that out of 100 people in the world, 30% were Buddhist disciples. Of these 30%, at least 10% were monks who had received their precept. Such a grand occasion angered an emperor who started to wipe out the Buddhist sects in the cloud world. The Buddhist, Confucian, and demon factions also hit them when they were down. In the end, although they weren't wiped out, their essence energy was damaged. From then on, there was a fixed number of temples in the world, and they couldn't casually add more. Before this, Donglin Cloud Continent was the territory of Lingyun sect, and they were really wary of the Buddhist sect. In the entire Donglin, there were only 10 of them. Zhong Shou's actions were really good. More importantly, the power to distribute was in the hands of 10,000 Buddha vast habitat. I thank the ruler for his kindness. Actually, due to the ruler's kindness, we have obtained a lot of merit. It is a win-win situation. Just as the two of them were speaking, a giant roar spread out from the sky. It caused a series of explosions in the sky, causing countless clouds to gather at the wound. Zhong Shou and Zifang exchanged glances with one another. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. This was a dragon roar? It wasn't those flood dragons, but a true dragon. He didn't have the heart to speak anymore. Zhong Shou raised his head and looked up. In just a moment, he saw a giant blue dragon head sigh from the clouds. It looked around and locked its eyes onto the Avicii throne. It first shook its head, not understanding what was going on. Then, it shot down from the clouds, showing its giant body. The city protecting spiritual formation of Gantian Mountain was only able to block for a moment before it was forcefully broken. Like it had entered a place with no one, it came to the top of the mountain, causing a huge wind to blow. His body curled up and he actually charged into the Avicii throne. Zong Shoksan's mind was in a mess as he looked at the Avicii throne in front of him in shock. This was the Dragon Canyon. Looking at its strength, it had exceeded the spirit realm. However, why did this bastard run over here? It was willing to be enslaved by the Avicii throne. Was the Dragon Canyon unable to keep it anymore? Zong Shou's brows rose up, trying to move the Avicii throne. Then, his expression turned green. If he didn't move, he wouldn't be able to affect this dragon at all. Like a local tyrant, it sat alone in a corner of the throne, inhaling and exhaling wisps of white aura from its mouth. The other flood dragons all stood far away, not daring to get close. Like it was unhappy with Zong Shou's actions, a pair of dragon eyes stared over coldly, its eyes filled with unpredictability. However, Xiari, who was beside Zong Shou's shoulder, instantly reacted. The hairs on its body stood up, baring its teeth as it roared towards the throne. This dragon was startled, following which it scoffed and spat out a rough breath. It retracted its head, not bothering about Zong Shou anymore. Zong Shou's expression changed, becoming really ugly. He told Zifang to invite so many monks to do this ritual. Firstly, he pitted the 6-country imperial races. Secondly, he didn't want to raise a bunch of vengeful spirits under his throne, who knew that after the 6-country imperial races were purified, they would be inviting a wolf into the house, having the opposite effect. Anyways, he didn't dare to sit on this throne for a while. Who knew whether or not this dragon would suddenly jump out from the throne and swallow Zong Shou? Thinking about how this dragon loved to eat, the entire city was in danger of becoming its prey. He felt a huge headache. Zhao Yinran looked at the golden throne and then at Zong Shou, who was in a daze. She burst out laughing, gloating, "Aya, this is great. With the dragon suppressing, Gantian Mountain will be safe." Zifang looked at Zong Shou with pity, thinking to himself that this Gantian Mountain monster king was really unlucky. He could only console, "This bastard already has celestial realm strength, far from what we can deal with. However, ruler, don't worry, this Avicii throne can provide for the dragon's needs. It won't easily run out and cause problems." He felt that his words were a little inappropriate. If his words were wrong and the dragon really ran out, what would happen? He had to be responsible for his word. Zifang kindly added, "I think this Avicii throne is connected to the earth veins here and can't be easily touched. Ruler should invite a few grade 9 cultivators to take charge here and use spiritual formations to seal it. It would be best if there were spirit realm cultivators. As long as we delay until the spiritual wave opens, maybe there will be a way to deal with it." Zong Shoksan was thinking to himself, this monk really consoled people like that? However, he also knew that unless the 10,000 Buddha vast habitat went all out, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the dragon. He waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. In his heart, he was furious. It seemed like he still needed to invite Ao Kuan back. It was most suitable for him to deal with this dragon descendant. However, recently, for some reason, even with the dragon blood that was hidden on his arm, he was completely unable to sense Ao Kuan's whereabouts. Who knows where that fellow went? Just as Zong Shou was thinking about Ao Kuan himself was stepping in the air. He was walking between the gaps of numerous worlds, breaking through layer by layer. However, sometimes, even as a Saint Realm expert, he found it tough to break through those barriers. After a few more layers, Ao Kuan's tightly frowned brows finally relaxed. After a short moment, Ao Kuan's entire body seemed to be like a drop of water as it merged into a world that was like a bubble. Only to see that this place was a small world. The sky was round and the earth was round. However, there were no living beings here. Lava was rising and falling below, and the great sun in the sky was already showing a dim yellow color. Aokoon didn't care, searching carefully. In just a moment, his body flashed once more. When he appeared once more, he was at the core of the earth. This place was a high temperature that could melt all spiritual materials below Earth grade. Aokoon didn't care at all, looking 100 feet out, only to see an old man sitting there. It was his only friend in this world, Long Ing. Chapter 636. Aokoon wasn't in a rush to speak, expressionlessly looking around. This was a world that was about to be destroyed. However, there were still tens of thousands of years before it collapsed. If he hadn't stepped into the Saint Realm, he might not have been able to see the destruction of this world in his life. Now, he just needed to reach the peak of the Saint Realm. With his dragon race body, he could obtain 30,000 years of time. At that time, he might have a chance to see such scenes. Long Ing was sitting upright, looking at the center of the earth in a daze. Did you learn anything? Aokoon knew that Long Ing was here to verify the scenes of world creation that Zhong Shou formed. When a world was formed, space would swell. Even end-realm cultivators wouldn't dare to enter. However, some laws and theories could be seen and referenced during the end of the world. When he said this, Long Ing woke up from his meditation, smiling as he turned his head. It is quite beneficial. It seems like Zhong Shou comprehended a lot that day. However, to comprehend the Tao at his level, even a step forward was extremely tough. How could he achieve something in 3 to 5 months? It was also because Zhong Shou used 1,000 years of lifespan. The Tao that he comprehended on the world viewing platform was close to the truth and wasn't wrong at all. The speed of verification was extremely fast. However, the foundation of my Tao isn't in this but in the word one. Recently, the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Every time I have inspiration and my thoughts are clear. Since 3,000 years ago, I was stopped by the end realm barrier. I haven't had such a feeling in many years. As he said this, Long Ing asked, "Why did you come from so far away? Did something happen in the cloud world?" Aokoon nodded his head. His expression was solemn. "I am observing Zhong Shou. He has a huge tribulation and is locked in chains. If I am not careful, I might be wiped out." Huge tribulation? Long Ing frowned. He had countless disciples, and in the past 10,000 years, he had given pointers to countless honorary disciples. However, the only person he liked the most was Zhong Shou, who had truly inherited the true teachings of his Long Ing sword, and whom he regarded as his son. If a dragon had a reverse scale, then Long Ying's reverse scale was Zhong Shou. Is it the heavenly barrier of the barriers from heaven? With Zhong Shou's ability, talent, and perseverance, there was no reason that this barrier could not be broken. What was worth worrying about was only external evil and man-made disasters. Within the cloud world, there was probably more than one person who wanted to take his life. Also, did the people of the Liu clan know about this? How could he sit back and watch? Surprisingly, Aokoon shook his head and said, "Zhong Shou will be able to break through such a small calamity. That would be the various sects and factions of the cloud world. That Song Xingdao can't easily open his eyes and support them." Long Ing laughed coldly. His expression was dark and cold. "They are certain that I, Long Ing, am about to fall. Once my lifespan ends, I will enter the 5 decay of heaven." Aokoon's expression was calm, but his tone was solemn. "Although there are still decades, old friend, you still have to be careful. I know that in this world, there are many secret techniques that can reduce one's lifespan." Long Ying's eyes squinted, looking at Aokoon with a smile that did not look like a smile. "You have been sealed for so many years. Not only have you not become dumb, but you have become smarter." Aokoon was speechless when he heard that, following which he gave out a self-mocking laugh. "I couldn't move within that stone wall. Day and night, I was thinking about where I missed out on what I did in the past. If I manage to break out, what should I do? When one thinks too much, naturally one will become smarter. It is the same for dragons. Between his brows, there was a darkness that couldn't be removed. Long Ying's expression became apologetic. I couldn't help you at that time and I have always felt guilty. However, there is no need to worry now. Aokuin's brow rose up and he looked at Long Ying in shock. He only felt that his old friend's tone was filled with extreme confidence, just like 10,000 years ago when he swept the world with his sword. At this moment, Long Ying's back was really straight. At most 3 years, I, Long Ying, will be able to live forever. Aokuin's eyes flashed. Existing with the world, that was the end realm. This meant that at most 3 years, Long Ying would have a chance to cross the end realm tribulation. He knew the personality of his old friend. Since he said that, then he definitely had 100% confidence. There was indeed no need to worry about this matter. Smiling, Aokuin directly turned around and was prepared to leave this world. However, Long Ying suddenly opened his mouth. Aokuin, I know that you are unwilling and want to use Zhong Shou to take revenge on that person. However, after all, Zhong Shou is my disciple. Aokuin's body stopped on the spot and then he smiled without caring. Do you know that Zhong Shou recently obtained a Qilin armor? It is a fire Qilin, the purest Qilin bloodline. His reply was baffling, but Dragon Shadow let out in, and suddenly opened his eyes. When a Saint King appeared, a Qilin would appear. Out of the 5 virtues of a country, water and fire were the most terrifying. Fire could burn everything, water could drown the world. He roughly knew what his old friend was thinking about. Even if Zhong Shou backed off now and didn't fight, it was already too late. Zhong Shou, who had the Book of Ian Extreme Life, was probably the only one who could break the fate threads and break that person's chess game. My heart is already dead and the heavens are lucky to have a chance to escape. This is why I want to fight with that person once more. He said flatly, don't worry. I, Aokuin, also owe your disciple a life. The kindness of opening the Tao is even greater than that. I can wipe out this world, but I don't want any evil thoughts to be added to his body. After saying this, he didn't stay and directly left this world. Leaving behind a dragon shadow, he sighed softly. He knew that although Aokuin wouldn't add any evil thoughts to Zhong Shou's hand. However, at special times, he might be happy and even guide him. Everyone was selfish. He entrusted Aokuin to take care of Zhong Shou and this was the price he had to pay. Actually, he couldn't blame Aokuin. Thinking about this, Long Ying's brows furrowed tightly. It seemed like he had to try to break through to the end realm as soon as possible. Zhong Shoxin felt really pained. He spent another 100 grade 9 mind stones to lay out a formation around the Avicii throne to counter the Yin dragon before he started his trip to Huizhou Island. At this moment, Gantian Mountain's preparations were more or less complete. As he knew that this trip would be dangerous, Zhong Shou went all out right from the start. A total of 400,000 of the most elite soldiers were transferred from all over Donglin. The 40 towns had been here for more than 3 years and had gone through the war of sweeping Donglin. There were close to 7,000 Xiantian experts within. Naturally, the Blood Cloud Cavalry would follow. A few months later, the number of Blood Cavalry increased by another few hundred people, reaching a total of 4,700 people. Zhong Shou had to consider the loyalty of the experts in Donglin Cloud Continent. However, he didn't need to worry about the Blood Cloud Cavalry. The Blood Cloud Cavalry killing heart technique could control one's heart, even if they had bad intentions at the start. However, after spending 2 months to train this heart technique to the depths, they would naturally be loyal to Zhong Shou. Although there weren't many grade 5 experts in Donglin Cloud Continent, there were still thousands of them. If Zhong Shou was willing, he could increase the number of Blood Cloud Cavalry to 7,000 at any moment. However, at this moment, Gantian Mountain had the right to choose carefully. Zhongsho also had the ambition to raise the grade 5 Blood Cloud Cavalry to grade 6, which was why he controlled it to close to 5,000. What was most delightful was that the medicine that Xianyuan Iran had initially refined to remove the poison of the spirit puppet blood poison was indeed effective. During this period of time, some of the Blood Cloud Cavalry whose poison was too deep and had no hope of reaching grade 6 actually started to improve. The Blood Cloud Cavalry, who were originally at the peak of grade 5 or close to it, after using the new Dragon Stallion Blood Essence pill, the effects were even better. The only regretful thing was that the armor of the Blood Cloud Cavalry was a little weaker than grade 6 Blood Cloud Cavalry. Next would be the subordinates who followed the Shui family people back to the Cloud World. All of them were the strongest battle clans in the Fox clan that were best at fighting. Zhongsho took out roughly 3,000 of them to rebuild the Black Fox Iron Cavalry. The outer region was dangerous and war happened frequently. Those who could survive were all elite. The 7 Kill Fox clan, which only had 50,000 people, had close to 7,000 powerhouses above Stage 4. Out of 10, there would be 1 or 2 who reached the Xiantian realm or out-of-body master. This was also the reason why the Shui family was able to suppress the entire city with just 200,000 people. This newly built Black Fox Iron Cavalry was mainly made up of grade 5 experts. In the current Donglin Cloud continent, their combat strength was only lower than the Blood Cloud Cavalry. There might be some problems with loyalty. In the past, the influence of the Shui family was too deep and wasn't easy to remove. A few months ago, Zhongsho had slaughtered many of their race members. However, with the illusionary heart mirror in hand and the 9-tailed sky fox bloodline, it was enough to suppress them until they had no other thoughts. He wasn't afraid that they would betray him or that they wouldn't work hard. However, what worried him was still the armor and weapons of this cavalry army. Kongqi sect provided him with a set of spiritual artifact armor specially designed for the fox race. Not only was it grade 4, but it could also be bought with a loan. However, Zhongsho wasn't satisfied and could only use it for now. Standing in the drill field, looking at the silver-armored cavalry that was galloping, splitting up and gathering, Zhongsho's brows furrowed slightly. He thought back to the news he obtained from the Avicii throne after the battle with the Xiong king's remnant soul. That Qin emperor probably didn't expect that his dynasty would collapse a few years after he died. He also didn't expect that his throne made from the 9-continent iron would fall into the hands of others. He actually embedded pretty much all the armor blueprints of the great Qin elite troops as well as all the heart cultivation methods into the Avicii throne. As for King Xiong, he was similarly confident. Within it also contained the various secret technique blueprints of the Xiong family Iron Cavalry. As expected, the Xiong family Iron Cavalry in the beginning was a little weaker than the Great Qin army. Maybe after obtaining the Avicii throne, they improved on it. Only then did they have such a domineering aura. Many of the secret techniques weren't suitable for the current era and conflicted with the body constitution of the fox race. However, it wasn't that he couldn't learn from them. At that time, the combat strength of the Black Fox Iron Cavalry would be raised by close to double. Chapter 637. Although that was a good thought, unfortunately he couldn't take out any money from his bag. They were both using grade 4 spiritual weapons and spiritual armors. At most, they were close to grade 5. However, Zhongsho calculated that the price was a full 10 times more expensive than the set provided by Kongqi sect. With Gantian Mountain's current income, it was tough to maintain one Blood Cloud Cavalry. Any more and they wouldn't be able to take it. At this moment, they could only make do with what they had and let the Black Fox Iron Cavalry train in those support techniques. Apart from the Black Fox Iron Cavalry, within the Avicii throne, There was a crossbow soldier training method known as the Big Dipper crossbow soldier, which Zhong Shou paid attention to. The iron cavalry under the first emperor was strong, but the first emperor's cavalry was strong. However, what made Great Qin truly famous was its mountainous and ocean-like infantry and archers that crushed everything in their path. The Big Dipper crossbow soldiers weren't that strong. Compared to the Blood Cloud cavalry, their combat strength was 10-1. However, they were cheap and weren't much stronger than the standard armor of Gantian Mountain. What was important was the crossbows. If they had tens of millions of crossbows, then no matter how strong the Blood Cloud cavalry was, they would be helpless. With the current tax revenue, if they used up all their savings, they could easily build more than 2 towns in 3 to 5 months. Chiu Wei and Zhonggang were already preparing. However, this would also take a lot of time. At least this time, they wouldn't be able to make it to Huizhou Island. He arranged everything properly. Zhong Shou drove the Royal Demon God shuttle, only bringing Kong Yao and Ruoshui towards Huizhou Island. However, before they left, Zhao Yanran was annoyed by the noise of those monks and insisted on going with Zhong Shou. Naturally, since this woman came, Jingyin wouldn't fall behind. When he was bored, it wasn't bad to let her play the zither. Most importantly, the soul-calming spiritual tune was beneficial to cultivation. Zhong Shou also brought Xian Yunlan along. When it was time to depart, Zhong Shou was speechless. This was 1 phoenix and 5 phoenixes. Inside the small cabin, it was filled with beautiful women. Wasn't he being too overboard? That was where the Night Demon clan went in and out. It was the most dangerous place. This was a battle, not a sightseeing trip. However, when he thought about it, it would not be good to drive her away. A person like Zhao Yanran could not be treated as a simple woman. Zhong Shou had no choice but to accept it. The Royal Demon God shuttle in his hand was said to be the first shuttle since the creation of the Cloud World. Although it lacked many parts, it was only a Grade 2 magical treasure. However, the speed at which it pierced through the air was still not something that ordinary magical treasures of the same grade could compare to. At this moment, Zhong Shou, with his Grade 9 Spirit Master Realm, controlling this item was a totally different scene. In the sky, it turned into a ray of light that was invisible to the naked eye. It only took them about half a day to travel 16,000 miles. Then, he didn't head directly to that place which was said to be extremely dangerous. Instead, he landed slightly and randomly sped around Huizhou Island. They either circled around the island or directly penetrated into the island and flew at high speed. Sometimes he would stop for a while. Zhao Yanran's brow rose up in confusion. She knew that the few Taishang envoys had been rushing him every day. It seemed like the situation here was really bad. At this moment, Zhong Shou actually had the mood to randomly walk around Huizhou Island. Legend had it that during the ancient times, Huizhou was filled with mountains and many famous sceneries. Moreover, there were many zero veins. Out of 100 sects in the world, 10% were here. Those words were true. If it wasn't for the earth veins breaking, there would be more than 3 spiritual houses and shrines here. Zhong Shou shook his head and was filled with emotions. In the future, Huizhou Island had the most mined stone veins. Although this place had many mountains and only 40% of it could be used for farming, it was a true treasure land. There were all sorts of spiritual materials and various spiritual gold veins. Out of the 5 continents and 10 islands, this place was the richest. Even the Central Cloud continent couldn't compare to it. However, at this moment it should be the most chaotic time on Huizhou Island. Zhong Shou thought back to those historical books. During this time, there didn't seem to be anything major happening on Huizhou Island. It was peaceful until 10 years later when it became a battlefield where the various sects and factions fought for resources. After the spiritual wave, less than 10% of the people here remained. However, after experiencing the Een Dragon Canyon matter, Zhong Shou had some reservations about those books he read in the last life. Even during that time, Gantian Mountain should have already fallen. Mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect shouldn't have been wiped out and Lingyun should have been at his peak. Osamu Hara wouldn't have been badly injured when he just returned to the Cloud World. Dragon Canyon should have only opened 2 months later. All of these changes were different from before. Therefore, it was possible that the situation here had also changed a little. Weird. To be able to make that Taishang Yuanqing Emperor so anxious, it shouldn't be a small matter. Why didn't the history books record it? Zhong Shou took in a deep breath, thinking about it for a long time. He could only confirm that Huizhou was really secluded. That battlefield was 200 miles away from Huizhou, above the Cloud Sea. Most of the things that happened there were unknown reasons. Or maybe some people purposely wiped out this part of history to try to hide something. Then, he thought back to Kong Yao. This future undefeatable army god was moved here a month later. 2 years later, when she returned to the Central Cloud Continent, she was directly promoted by 2 grades, skipping the fleet commander role and becoming a primary grade 2 commander. This was also the start of her legend of being invincible in the Central Cloud Continent. Just as Zhong Shou was deep in thought, Zhao Yanran asked impatiently, "Why are you randomly walking around here? Aren't you going to Lianyun Island?" Lianyun Island was west of Huizhou Island. It was the place where the night demon race appeared and tried to attack. Zhong Shou was jolted back to his senses. His lips curled up in a mocking manner. As a general, one must know about geography. Even if he couldn't make use of it, he had to be clear about it. If I want to fight the night demon race, I can't know nothing about the geography of this place, the distribution of the cities, and the changes in weather. Zhao Yanran's breathing instantly stopped. Thinking about Zhong Shou's words, they did make sense. He was experienced and wise. However, did Zhong Shou have such low hopes for this Huizhou Island trip? Did he think that Lianyun Island wouldn't be able to block it and that the flames of war would spread to Huizhou Island? Ruoshui woke up in a daze, and when she heard that, she didn't think much about it. She blinked and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't ruler searching for the few mines that Dowling vast habitat handed over?" Zhong Shou's face flushed red as he stared at Ruoshui. Why was this little girl tearing down his words? Zhao Xian and Zhao Yu's gazes changed as well. Their faces were like they knew that Zhong Shou would be like that. Zhong Shou's face was as thick as a city wall. He coughed awkwardly before returning to normal. "What do you know? I am not neglecting private matters." These few mines were exchanged for with Xiaoxiang Zi's head. Naturally, they belonged to him and didn't belong to Rinbo, which was why it was a private matter. He drove the Royal Demon God shuttle and circled around a mountain range. Using his spiritual sense, he confirmed that there was a stone mine that was close to high grade and there were no signs of mining. Only then was Zhong Shou satisfied. He rose up and caused the shuttle to return to 30,000 feet in the air. At this moment, Kong Yao suddenly pointed at a place outside the window and asked, "Where is that place?" Zhong Shou felt weird. During these few days, Kong Yao had been silent. She didn't participate in their conversations. Now that she spoke, it was surprising. Walking beside her, Zhong Shou also looked out of the window and smiled, only to see that it was a really beautiful mountain. However, the light was really blurry, making it seem like a dream. This place was a scenic spot in the future. He recognized it as Seven Cloud Mountain. That was because this place was close to the ocean and was only 320 miles away. In the nearby Sea of Clouds, mirages would appear almost every month at the beginning of the month. The reflection of the light caused the entire mountain to be covered in 7-colored spiritual light, which was why it got its name. This mountain is called Seven Cloud. The scenery is really beautiful. If you are free in the future, you can go and play. He thought that Kong Yao was admiring the scenery here. Who knew that Kong Yao would shake her head? I see that this mountain is dangerous and the key point is to rush in. If I were you, I would build a camp here and store resources to be prepared." After she said this, she looked at the mirage in the distance in deep thought. It should have reflected a mirror-like lake. This place was really eye-piercing and one couldn't look at it directly. Zhong Shou was speechless. So this person was the one who had been paying attention to the geography of Huizhou Island from start to finish. Looking closely, it was indeed as Kong Yao had said, it was indeed dangerous. It was like a screen blocking this area. Apart from some places at the foot of the mountain, one couldn't find a foothold anywhere else. Nearby was the path towards the east plains of Huizhou Island. Zhong Shou squinted and then asked seriously, "Apart from that, are there any other places that we can use?" Kong Yao was in deep thought. A moment later, she shook her head. "I know about the night demon race situation. The only thing that could stop his attack was this mountain. If they occupy this place, then Huizhou Island will have no place to defend. The night demon race had wings and couldn't fly for too long. However, those dangerous places that humans couldn't pass through were like a smooth path for them. The mountains of Huizhou were like flat land. On the contrary, they, the natives of the cloud world, couldn't use the geography to their advantage. The only place they could defend was this seven-cloud mountain, as well as the surrounding mountain ranges. They just needed to place enough strong bows and crossbows here. Even if the night demon race could grow wings and fly, they couldn't fly over grain and resources. However, to defend this place, we need enough cloud ships to lock down the cloud ocean." When he heard Kong Yao say this, Zhong Shou felt his head hurt. That's right, if the night demon race used ships to go around the island. Although this place was dangerous, it was also meaningless. Now, he could only hope that the situation on Lianyun Island hadn't worsened to the extent that he had imagined. Chapter 638. However, just in case, he really needed to prepare. In recent years, Gantian Mountain had built up a decent navy. Along with the various cities of Gantian Mountain, they had obtained many. Today they had 305 tooth ship. There were a total of 10 seven-tooth warship. However, whether or not they were a match for the night demon race spaceships was something that he didn't know. Zhong Shou thought back to Shirulan. She should be 14 now, 2 years away from her first famous battle. He remembered that at that time, Shirulan had never come into contact with Cloud Ship. However, in her first battle, she brought a few broken ships to rob and sink a decently sized merchant fleet. In a short few years, she caused the ships under her to become several times stronger. Then, she represented her brother to fight and became famous. However, at this moment the environment that Shirulan was in was different from that era. She grew up under his care like a greenhouse. Although she had asked Hanfang to teach her the art of war, especially ship battle technique. However, he wasn't sure how much of an effect this theory would have. It really made him nervous, however. He still needed to bring Rulan back. After not seeing her for a long time, he really missed her. In the past, Rulan couldn't leave his side for even a moment. Now that they had separated for several months, who knew how she was doing? He remembered that Tanqiu also said that Hanfang wanted him to make a trip back to the common people's path when he was free. Thinking about it, there were so many things that made him speechless. Zhong Shou sighed and continued to drive the Royal Demon shuttle forwards. This place was just 600 to 700 miles away from Lianyun Island, and they arrived in the blink of an eye. Looking out, it was a continuous stretch of islands. There were roughly 400 of them, but they weren't big. The widest one was just 100 to 200 miles. At this moment, these islands were filled with barracks. Many tall stone platforms stood on the island. Numerous 5-arm and even 7-arm giant crossbows pointed into the sky. Amongst which, the 10 in the center were the most eye-catching. Not only were they 320 feet tall, but each platform had a full 10 9-arm giant crossbows. Zhong Shou took a cursory glance and saw a large number of spirit tattoos on the giant crossbows. They were obviously spirit artifacts. In terms of penetrative power, they weren't inferior to Power's energy-destroying crossbow. It wasn't wrong to say that the Central Plains was vast and rich, and the Taishang was rich and overbearing. This place was heavily guarded. When Zhong Shou's royal demon god shuttle arrived, he saw countless sharp and cold arrows pointing at him from afar. It was only after Zhong Shou sent out a message talisman that it deviated slightly. When Zhong Shou drove the shuttle and landed on the largest island, Zhong Shou was shocked. Close to this place, there were close to 70,000 people clad in tough armor and holding weapons in their hand. Their auras were sharp and fierce, and their swords were drawn. He couldn't help but frown, feeling that he had made a mistake. If he knew that this would happen, he would have brought the Blood Cloud cavalry over. At this moment, if these people had any nefarious intentions, although they couldn't do anything to him. However, it was enough to cause him and the women in the shuttle to suffer heavy injuries. He stood among the tens of thousands of troops and waited for close to 15 minutes, but there was still no sign of the commander. The aura of these 70,000 soldiers slowly rose. Numerous blade-like gazes focused on him. It was like they just needed an order and they would be able to chop Zhong Shou into meat paste. Zhong Shou laughed coldly. Who knows whether or not this was a show of strength? He thought to himself that the Taishang general here was being careless on purpose, wanting to reduce his arrogance before they met. Such a scene made it impossible for one not to think that way. He was deep in thought. Speaking of which, the attitude of the Taishang envoys in Gantian Mountain was that they were anxious and begging. However, the Taishang general here seemed to have a different view. Were they not afraid of infuriating him and turning a blind eye to his actions? Not making a sound, Zhong Shou waited expressionlessly. Another hour passed before a bunch of people walked out from the barracks in the distance. The person at the front was dressed in red armor. He wasn't too tall, only 7 feet. However, his back was really wide, his steps filled with wind. His red face was filled with a warm smile. However, when he walked in front of Zhong Shou, he just cupped his fist. Taishang Lianyun General Weihai greets Gantian ruler. I was busy with military matters and couldn't welcome you in time. Please don't blame me. I don't dare. Zhong Shou gave a fake smile to indicate that it was okay. Then, he smiled and looked around, praising, "These soldiers of your country are really the elites of hundreds of battles. Standing here really makes one feel a chill down their spines." Weihai acted like he didn't hear the mocking in Zhong Shou's words, generously pointing to the back. "Follow me, my men have already prepared your living quarters." Zhong Shou smiled, standing on the spot and not planning to follow. He came over this time just to take a look at the situation. However, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, turning around to take a look, only to see that Kong Yao had walked out of the royal demon god shrinking. She was startled on the spot, her eyes fixed on one person. Zhong Shou's brows rose, following her line of sight and looking over. Only then did he see a 20-year-old fully armored male standing behind Weihai. Her appearance was actually similar to Kong Rui and Kong Yao. Weihai also felt that the atmosphere wasn't right, turning around to look at the two of them. Then, he smiled. "So it is brother and sister meeting. I was careless. I have long heard of Princess's name. Your name has spread far and wide." Speaking of which, they weren't fated, if not for the princess marrying Gantian. If Gongtian hadn't married, she would be the one serving under me. Since you and my subordinate are brother and sister, you should get close to each other. Zhong Shou frowned. Weihai's words really made him unhappy. At this moment, the young general scoffed coldly. "Commander doesn't know that half a month ago, our family has already discussed this matter. Half a month ago, our Kong family had a discussion to remove this girl and her father from the family tree. The evil lord of evil words took my elder brother hostage, and even broke his arm. Such a vicious girl isn't worthy of our Kong family people. Zhong Shou was startled, turning around only to see Kong Yao's body trembling, her face ashen white. He felt really weird, chased out of the family? How did such a thing happen? Did he neglect something? Thinking about what the Kong family did after Kong Yao died, he understood a little more. There was actually such a thing? Wei Hai was also shocked, smiling apologetically. I didn't know. He didn't know what to say, twitching for a moment before he was about to open his mouth. Only to hear the young general laugh coldly, filled with mocking intent. Ruler brought beauties over, what do you think this place is? Are you here to play? Did you do the same when you fought for Cloud Continent in Donglin? If that was the case, I really don't know how you were able to unify Donglin. I also think that Donglin won't last for long. Along with those words, a sharp aura surged over. The moment those words were said, even Wei Hai felt that it was too much, frowning. Shut up! What kind of identity does the ruler have? You dare to speak like that? How dare you? He then bowed towards Zhong Shou. I am arrogant and rude. I will punish you later to answer to the ruler. Zhong Shou sighed in his heart, turning around only to see Zhao Yanran, Jingyin, and the other girls follow behind Kong Yao and fly off the royal demon god shuttle. He also felt that it wasn't appropriate, so it was no wonder that this person would say such words. Being addicted to beauties and acting so frivolously was a sign of a country falling. This person's criticism wasn't wrong. The only thing he didn't like was that this person said that Kong Yao was vicious. He felt guilty. The reason why the Kong family father and daughter ended up in such a situation was because of him. Those methods were indeed a little too much. This girl probably hated him to the bone. No worries, Zhong Shou shook his head, directly asking, I came to Lianyun and can't stay for long. I just want to ask what is the situation here? After the Gantian ruler arrives, where should we defend? Where should we get supplies from? Gantian Mountain had prepared many resources, but after all, they were guest troops. They were here to provide help, so the Huizhou cities had to pay a price. It was all paid by Gantian Mountain alone. The moment he asked this, Wei Hai's expression became a little weird. Ruler, please forgive me. Based on what I know, the Huizhou cities have been embroiled in war and can't take the burden. They probably don't have any extra strength to support your country. Naturally, it would be best if Gantian Mountain sends troops to help. Southwest of here, there are 4 to 5 small islands. You can station your troops here. Zhong Shou was startled, and then he looked behind this person in deep thought. They were dressed differently, but they were all luxurious. Normal people couldn't imagine what they were wearing. They didn't look like people from the Taishang army, but their auras weren't weak. Even the weakest was a martial ancestor realm expert. There were also a few Taoists who were expressionless as they stood at the side. Wei Hai saw his gaze and smiled. These are the few city lords of Huizhou, as well as the envoys of Xiantong, Lingming, and Luotian sects. Ruler, do you want me to introduce them? Zhong Shou was enlightened. He could feel the mocking and disdain in their eyes. He knew that Wei Hai's act today was mostly for these people to see. Since the owner of this place was so unhappy with him, then, if he continued to stay here, he would be asking for trouble and it would be useless. He shook his head. There is no need for that. Since the situation here is peaceful, then I will leave. Then I will leave now. I heard that there are many famous places in Huizhou. The scenery is really beautiful. I will take a look at them one by one to make this trip worth it. Wei Hai had no intention of making him stay, saying a few fake words before he smiled and didn't say anything. He allowed Zhong Shou to drive the royal demon god shuttle and fly into the air once more. He looked at the light that disappeared into the cloud layer. Wei Hai shook his head. What a waste that Kong Yao. He is just a normal general, why does Commander have to do that? At this moment, the one who spoke was still the teen general, filled with a cold mocking tone. Although we win each battle, we also waste resources. The amount of consumption is the highest among all armies. Which one of the Ministry of War and Ministry of Revenue isn't annoyed with her? It is a virtue for a woman to have no talent. As a woman, she should stay in her room and help her husband after marriage. She doesn't have much ability, but she still wants to show off. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.